32-bit. Do I have 32-bit installed? Could do without bots. Can't believe how many bots there are. How do people even do it? There's no way you're making that much money with random 4 bots. And if you do, that is even more depressing. Alright, so we're playing my bowels build here. I'm trying adjust equipped elemental invocation, and we're gonna try that. Because I don't really understand them. Like, I don't understand what the point of it is. It just feels like it's some weird gimmick to like save mono. I also tried equipping Ice Nova again, but we're gonna regret that. Because it doesn't work. Like, it literally does not help at all. Like, look at these guys. Look at these guys. 30% freeze. That's pathetic. You literally cannot CC enemies with the spells that feel like they're meant to CC. Like right now on Ice Nova, I have Execrate, 100% more chance to inflict ailments. Oh, now I know. That doesn't actually work on Ice Nova. That's chance. I feel like that's an oversight. There's a cooldown to give you more chance, but that doesn't affect that. So Hourglass. That means that Hourglass is the only cooldown that makes sense on Ice Nova, but even so, even with more freeze buildup, more damage, it's not gonna be nearly enough to freeze anything. You'd need to have like 200% increased freeze buildup for it to be good. And at that point, you don't need to use it in this manner. Which is why it's stupid. The cooldowns are not good enough. They should be a lot stronger than they are. Oh, They actually got frozen? Maybe there is... No, okay, never mind. That was a crit. Oh, frozen. 77% buildup. But what about this? What do I... Skill can't be used. Elemental invocation. Okay, so that needs to build up to 100% before I can use it, or what? No freeze. Okay, so now I can use the skill once. It's terrible. I don't understand this at all. I mean, I kind of do. To some degree, this does make sense, but not really. Because it lets you cast spells for free. And that means that you can take less mana. Yeah, we're not playing that. Let's just take that off, turn Arctic Armor back on, Frost Nexus. Now, I don't know if Arctic Armor is going to stay as good, because I have stolen the freeze buildup on it. Why am I so slow? There's no reason to kill the boss here, but... So, here, this is something I've noticed. You can actually tell where Balbala is from here. Which is very useful, because I hate this area. So when you get to this, the Decree of Imprisonment, you always find this. I think you cannot... Like, this is where the map binds together. So, like, when you get past this point, this is where the exit is, and that's also where Balbala is. Now, this time we were lucky and we only got one path, but there are a bunch of, like, yellow notes on the walls. And those always lead to Balbala. Don't need to kill her, but let's do it anyway, just because. She's one of the most annoying bosses for me, though. She teleports away, and my build is kind of takes a while for the skills to go off. But we're doing fine. I hope the shadow is cool. So I feel like they're kind of failing a little bit when it comes to making skills have more meaning and stuff. And the problem with Shadow was that you couldn't really play it like an assassin or something like that in a way that actually felt good. So I'm kind of expecting it to just be like you just run around and just attack things. Yeah. Which is unfortunate, but expected. But I think it could be fixable. Like, I feel like the biggest problem is that skills are just not good enough baseline. Like if I put increased freeze buildup specifically on something, and I then put a cooldown on it for more damage, that should be enough to offset the fact that I don't have freeze spec, right? But it's not even close. And I don't like the feeling of having to go and spec freeze buildup for like just being able to do this to freeze enemies once. But maybe it's worth it, but it's... We are right here, right? So we could get 70% increased freeze buildup for 4 points. But that's a lot. That is honestly a lot of points to just get freeze buildup. But it wouldn't be entirely a waste because Frostbomb would still benefit from it. And Frostbomb is like ultra good at freezing. So that is something we could try doing. But you are kind of starved on points. I feel like you can't even afford getting defenses properly. But like being able to do that and getting a freeze, that might genuinely be worth it. Especially if I can do it without reduced area, because then I could freeze like the entire screen on demand. Because that is my biggest issue with this build right now. 44%. That still wouldn't be enough. That's the thing. 75% increased freeze buildup would not be enough to freeze in one go with cooldown, which is kind of absurd. It only works on crit. Which means that it could also just be a damage issue, but man. Don't understand why. The chill is terrible too. Like the baseline chill is completely useless. A 20% chill for that? Like what the fuck is up with that? That's pathetic. My intelligence is too low. We're definitely not getting that freeze soon. I need to get the entire crit wheel first, the big one. Oh yeah, I unequipped the ring. That gave me cast speed. That's why the character feels so much worse now. I don't need cast speed, but having some always makes things feel better. My main ability is our kind of arc right now. Or it's what I use when everything else is down, but it is so ass, it does literally nothing. So I haven't really spec'd it for damage. The only thing I put on it is electrocute, and that even that is kind of like, what is the point of this? Arctic Armor does a better job in one hit than Ice Nova does with a cooldown to freeze enemies. And Arctic Armor doesn't even have bonus freeze buildup or anything like that. I removed that and put it on Ice Nova. Ice Nova does twice as much damage. I think. I mean, it doesn't really say. Okay, so... No, never mind. Arctic Armor actually does like 5 times more damage. I need to put concentrated effect on the tornadoes, because they're literally useless for clearing. They're only bonus damage for bosses, pretty much. So, but right now, we have controlled destruction there. It's fine. We can switch these around. No, yet no. No, it's not worth it. Because crits are the only thing that make Ice Nova almost freeze sometimes. I also, well, we're going backwards. I also think it's a mistake to not have the freeze build up on Ice Nova. Because Ice Nova is so obviously the choice, like the defensive choice. So the fact that Freeze Nova does not have the ice build up is just weird to me. Like, it has bonus chill, but the chill is still dog shit. And chill doesn't do anything. Like, okay, the enemy is slowed by 20% now, and it's still faster than I am, and still standing in melee range already, so, like, who gives a shit? I can't pick that up even if we fuck around with this. This is the level we already have. Everything. Now, what would make more sense than Ice Nova, obviously, is just using Comet. Because you can see the damage on Ice Nova is retarded. I don't understand what the point of the damage is on it. Because it's so pathetic. Why is it so bad? And on cast on Frostbolt, you get more freeze buildup. Why do you get it only on Frostbolt? Man, they need to relax on the combos. Dude. The base should have more freeze buildup. Cast on Frostbolt should have less freeze buildup, if anything. Or both just have that. But even if it did have more freeze buildup, that it still would be too bad. Like, it wouldn't do enough. I don't really understand. So the only way to make like a defensive skill, that's using Comet.
Calls down a massive icy chunk from the sky. Target close to your character to dodge backwards as you cast. Comet.
I don't like that.
Massive icy chunk from the sky. Target close to your character to dodge backwards as you cast. Comet calls down a massive icy chunk from the sky. Target close to your character to dodge backwards.
I don't really understand the balance. The balance doesn't make sense.
Calls down a massive icy chunk from the sky.
Why does Comet deal literally
Calls down a massive
10 times more damage than Ice Nova?
comet.
I genuinely don't understand that.
Comet.
There's no way you're making Ice Nova do more damage than Comet, no matter how you're speccing this. There's no way.
Comet.
Like, this might be slower,
Icy chunk from the sky.
but even if you have like 100% increased cast speed, this would still be worse than using Comet.
Calls down a massive icy chunk from the sky. Target close to your character to dodge backwards as you cast. Comet calls down a massive icy chunk from the sky.
I don't know. I don't agree with this. Ice Nova needs to do like 4 times more damage. And have the freeze effect there.
Reopen ancient gates of 7 waters. Will of the Marrakech.
We do still need a little bit more crit. I don't want that much more crit, but once we get the other crit wheel, that should be enough-ish. Jesus Christ. What I'm worried about is that they're planning on running the beta as a league for like 3 months before doing any resets or anything. Because people already need a reset. People need a reset and a big patch right now. More or less. I wonder if I can put stun build up on anything. Have that do meaningful stun. Like maybe I can put stun on the storms? I can't really tell.
This time we choose war.
I don't know why they were so rude to this guy, to be honest.
We shall finish this. Not today.
Make haste. He must not escape.
Maybe he was right. Maybe the Secondists were assholes.
He conjures the very sands against us. This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat.
But yeah, the Ice Nova strat is... It should work, but it doesn't work. There's no point in having that there. Concentrated effect. Don't think we can really put that on anything at the moment. But we'll use that on Elemental Storm when it levels up. We're gonna use hybrid armor. Or hybrid chest armor specifically. Because using pure evasion armor or chest, it's too intense when it comes to the requirements. It's just annoying.
Thank you. Blessings.
We are already using that. We have energy shield hat, evasion gloves, evasion boots. So I have the proper gear, really. Now we need to find the dudes. But Arctic armor is good for defenses, so... Like, they hit you once, and you get this. This is... The frozen ground is better than the effect you get from Frost Nova on a 10-second cooldown, which is retarded, but it is what it is.
I need more time.
I don't really know why Ice Nova is so weak, because like if you're using Frostbolt with Scattershot and you have multiple projectiles, does it trigger on all of them or just one? Because the way it reads, it says that it's just gonna trigger on one of them. If it triggers on like 3 of them or 4 of them, then I might understand the number. Otherwise, I just actually don't. But the focus, there's so much focus on combos right now that what it's doing is it's reducing the amount of viable skills. Because they're just making certain skills only work as a combo enabler, which is really bad. That's not how combos should work at all. A skill should always, more or less, be able to stand on its own. Like, Solar Orb and Orb of Storms, both should have their baseline functionalities buffed a lot. They should be literally like 4 times as strong. Because they're not doing anything. Like, the only thing I'm getting out of them is that they can crit and trigger elemental storms. And the elemental storms are also weak. So like they're not doing any damage at all. I don't know if I'm ever getting shocks from Orb of Storms at all. Really hard to tell. Can't pause and look. I don't even know which one the shock is. I think that guy might have been shocked. So we can get like very minor ailments from them. We can proc crits. And I'm running Elemental Equilibrium. So they are triggering exposure. But on their own, completely useless abilities. And that's just not how the game should be. Like they actually nerfed one of the mercenary skills, I think. Like Explosive Shot or whatever. Because it was doing damage on its own. I don't know if it was actually OP, but it was like it's not supposed to clear on its own, it's supposed to be a combo ability. I'm like, but why? Why can that not be its own skill too? I think that's just stupid. Like maybe it is still usable, But if it isn't, then that is a really, really poor design decision. Making an entire ability that's literally just meant to shoot at grenades is stupid. Now, making an ability that can shoot at grenades is cool. So I definitely think they should do that. But right now it's like combo effects are like plus 100%, plus 50% efficiency. And that means that the ability is just trash. Like literal dog shit outside of combos. And that's bad. I would write some posts about this on the forum, but right now it feels like a complete waste of effort to do that, because the forum has extremely high activity right now, and GGG are on vacation. So, like, what's the point? And writing posts on forums usually feels like a waste of time. It's also the rarity issue right now, where people are not very happy with how rarity works. And rarity has always been the dumbest stat to ever include in ARPGs. It's so dumb. But we're not gonna get rid of it. That's one of those things that GGG will just never ever relent on, most likely. And there are tons of uniques that rely on rarity that they would have to like delete almost or rework entirely. But I think they should delete or rework entirely. Because rarity is just stupid. It makes the game feel really bad. And there's only one reason to even equip rarity. And that's to farm gear to sell. Like literally just farming currency and trading. And for SSF, it's like, what's the point? Like, if you have rarity, then when you're just playing the game normally, it just feels bad because you know that you could get literally 10 times more loot if you just changed your gear. But if you do change your gear into rarity gear, now the character is going to feel like shit to play and the game's just not going to be fun. So it's a completely unsolvable situation to include rarity at all. It is totally 100% ass. There is nothing good about rarity. How are you taking so little damage, dude? Oh. I can't loot a single thing. I have to go up.
I will tell your tale.
Oh yeah. Did that guy get an answer?
Through shattered skies, the darkness reigns, a hollow world of broken chains. Wires twist where flesh once bled, machines alive, but hope is dead. Cities crumble, rust consumes, echoes lost in empty rooms. A cyborg soul, a silent plea, trapped in a shell, no longer free. Built to survive.
You know they have Stash Tab sales every 3 weeks. Okay, so it should be soon then.
Do not wander.
Through shattered skies, the darkness reigns, a hollow world of broken
This armor is kind of trash.
machines alive, but hope is dead.
It's got full prefixes.
Echoes lost in
And it's like the worst rolls imaginable.
trapped in a shell, no
Hybrid armor, hybrid armor. E2 life. Yeah, it's really bad. This one is also quite bad. That one's bad. This helmet is decent, but it's still kind of bad. It's got 112% increased ES. That's really what it's got going for it.
Young one.
the dying heart, the dying heart.
I will tell your tale.
Good morning, OCAP. What's he up to today? D4 still bad? Oh yeah, absolutely.
The great steed's tusk.
Absolutely.
I shall honor them.
D4 was actually kind of fun, a little bit. In some ways, until you got to the point where it wasn't fun. It was pretty quickly.
How can I?
But I actually really liked playing like a Frenzy Barbarian in it. It was nice. Yeah. It was fun while you didn't realize how bad the game was. And then when you did, it stopped being fun. pretty much. There. I want a patch, and I want it now, and I don't want it in a week. I want it next week at most. I also want swords. I also want swords now. But I would settle for literally anything. Literally anything. A balance patch. Some bug fixes. Anything. GGG. Anything. Yeah, I like honestly just knowing where they stand on like yielding to the player demands. That would be enough right now. Like, are you gonna cuck to Reddit instantly and just ruin the game immediately, or what's the deal here? Because the truth is, the game is no longer in the hands of boomers. Like, Chris Wilson was a total boomer. In the worst ways. But he was, like, very conservative when it came to game design. He did not really want to change much and move away from the core philosophies of, like, Diablo 2. But now new people are heading it, so we don't know. You know? Like, I do think Jonathan has a good vision for the game too, but I don't know if he has the backbone to tell people to fuck off. Because that's the thing, right? Like, there are so many things that Redditors and casuals want for the game that are just objectively bad. But it's like 2,000 people upvote the bad thing. Like, do you have the insight to understand that that's actually bad? Or are you just gonna see this is what the people want and change it? That's really the difference between a good developer and a bad developer. The people literally do not know what is good for them or what they actually want. They do not even a little bit. And you have the entire crowd that just want everything to be faster and easier because they like, oh, I don't have time, you know, not everybody plays this game all the time, you know. And those people need to be destroyed and like bullied out of the community. Basically. Is this an old tier? That's so weird. Why is it like that? So I have an advanced Marabouth garb here, and an advanced waxed jacket. They're the same! Why are these two different tiers? 141 evasion, 149 evasion, 56 energy shield, 58 energy shield. Why do these two exist? cold modifier. Let's slap that on there. Cold resist. Oh, thorns! Fuck you! Can we find the boss here? But for real though, like, developers changing the game in favor of people who don't have time to play the game. Like, those people aren't gonna stick around. They're just gonna play for a while and then leave. You know? So like that is literally killing your game. Like, either they stand there and stay and play for a while and then they leave, or they just don't play the game at all. There really aren't that many options. And honestly, they're not right either, because even casuals have time to like farm some maps to get some gear instead of like instantly getting to the bosses and shit. Like, the same thing with WoW. Like, I see people on the MMO forums, or specifically the MMO subreddit, where they're like, are there any MMOs that I can play with a job? And I'm like, yeah, literally every single one. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, it's just a game. You can play every single one of them and keep up like 2 hours a day. At like even less than that. Like, it's, and like 99% of people are literally just gonna level too. So it's like, doesn't matter. Just log in and do some dungeons on your character, man. Like, what's the problem? Now, I will admit there are some games where you can't really, like Lost Ark, but it's pretty much just Lost Ark.
I know of this serpent's tongue. I need more time. I need more time.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they mean. My damage is pretty bad.
I need more time. Burn away. I need more time.
The dodge roll has like insane invul, to be honest. Like, it feels like it's bad for the most part. But the things that it can
I can't
evade,
do that yet.
it evades for like the full roll. Like all the way to where you're standing up, which is like 2 seconds.
I can't do that yet. My Akhara will not believe this.
Yeah, no. Yeah, even if you do want to raid, really all you have to do is just set aside some time on like a Friday. Now we're gonna get some crit stuff here. It's honestly not that much crit chance. 30% there. But it might be enough. Like, what is my current crit chance on, say, Solar Orb? 17.7%. Yeah, I think I think we'll be fine after we get those things there.
Quickly.
The Infinite Pursuit. Increase movement speed while affected by an ailment. 81% increased chance to be afflicted by ailments when hit. This is dog shit. I do think that almost every single unique that I've seen so far in the game are really bad. Like, compared to the crappy uniques in PoE 1, all the uniques so far are just straight up bad.
Not here, young one.
Actually, we should be selling blues now. I have so many. Like, I have over 50 transmutes and orbs.
Fire, take you!
We'll get this crit stuff, and then I'm not really sure. Like, I did consider getting the freeze, but quite frankly, with Ice Nova being as bad as it is, I don't see the point. It's not gonna manage to be good, no matter what. So I think once we take this crit here, we should take more defenses. Take like everything here, the defenses here, the mono region movement speed there. And these nodes. Maybe. Like, we do have quite a bit of evasion here. So is evasion just better than going for shield? No, not really. So evasion is a little bit special, right? So what evasion does is it just gives you a % chance to avoid projectiles and attacks, which is just pretty classic old school evasion, right? But it requires you to have dexterity, first of all, because you need to have dexterity gear. And if you're going for like full dexterity, playing like a wizard like I am right now, using spells, is really difficult because you don't have enough stats to go both full evasion gear and full spell casting. So what I'm doing is I'm going hybrid intelligence evasion or energy shield evasion, right? So I have a little bit of energy shield, which basically gives me a bigger HP pool, and then I'm using evasion together with that, because you have also something called Ghost Shroud, which Ghost Dance. It gives you stacks of Ghost Shroud every 3.5 seconds. And then when I take a hit, I heal Energy Shield based on my evasion rating. So as long as I have enough evasion, I can basically heal my entire Energy Shield pool from every hit. Right now I have 2000 evasion. That's 5% of 2000. That's 100, I think. So every time I get hit, I heal 100 shield, which isn't like it could still be better. But I also evade 63% of the time, right? But shield, you can play shield with only strength. And shield works exactly like evasion. Like you just have passive block that blocks projectiles, spells, and hits. But you can play it with just full strength or strength int or strength dex. There are shields for all three of those. But it does sacrifice some damage, because otherwise you would be using a two-handed weapon, right? And you do need to get some nodes for it, for blocking and stuff. But, yeah. And because you can play it with evasion, it has that advantage that you have armor, so when you do get hit, you still don't get insta-killed most of the time. Like, armor is still pretty weak in this game, but if you're just playing evasion and you get hit, you're just gone. That's why I play it hybrid with energy shield, because that lets you get that extra shield on top for when you're fighting bosses, so that when you do get hit by something big, you have an extra buffer. And I like the way things are right now. I feel like if you're gonna play evasion, there's only really like a few correct choices. If you're playing Deadeye, you can get something called Tailwind, and Tailwind stacks up to 10 when you haven't gotten hit. And for each stack of Tailwind, you get 3% damage reduction. So when that's maxed out, you have 30% damage reduction. So when you do fail to evade, you have that damage reduction and you don't get instantly deleted. But if you're playing not Deadeye, then you don't have that. And in those cases, I would never say play pure evasion. I would say play armor evasion or play energy shield evasion. Really depends on where you want to go in the tree. If you want to play pure evasion, this is what I would say to pick Bulwark. Dodge roll cannot avoid damage. Take 30% less damage from hits while dodge rolling. Because then when you're fighting a boss that's doing like a big slam, you can dodge roll and you get that same 30% damage reduction, right? And normally you're just gonna evade the hits anyway, because you're evasion. And yeah, Chaos is just another element. It's just like Fire, Ice, Lightning. The only difference is that Chaos does double damage to Energy Shield. In PoE1, it bypassed Energy Shield, but they've changed it to... But most enemies don't really have energy shield, so going chaos damage to do more damage to energy shield or something like that is kind of meaningless. Like either you just play chaos damage and it just happens, you know, it's just kind of like a happy bonus for playing Chaos, right? Like that's kind of how the game works to some extent. Like depending on what your build is, some things become easier, some things become harder, and that's just how it is. But mostly, I would say it really depends on where you are on the passive tree. You know, like if you're playing a ranger and you want to play poison, poison is here. Here you have poison. You look down here. There's not a single poison node down here. But you've got poison here, 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 up here, up here. And this is the int dexterity part of the tree. And this is where you have evasion energy shield. So if you're playing like a Pathfinder ranger that doesn't get access to Tailwind, then since you're going up here anyway, like go hybrid evasion energy shield. Like it just makes more sense because you get tankier than if you're playing pure evasion if you do that. And same thing if you're playing like, if you want to make a physical bleed Pathfinder or something, bleed is down here. And this is the dexterity strength part of the tree. So play armor evasion, you know. And no, I'm not bothering using weapon sets right now. You can. There are some things that you can do that are a little bit troublesome, in my opinion, but it might also be like, okay, I guess. For example, if you do have two-handed hammers, for example, that are almost the same, you can just have one two-handed hammer that's spec'd into AoE, and you can have another two-handed hammer that's just spec'd into single target stuff, which feels really stupid. It feels like that's not the point of the weapon swapping system, but it's an unfortunate side effect of it. And in the long run, that might be really bad, because it might mean that the game kind of gets forced in that direction, where everyone has to play that way, where you have to have like an AoE set and a single target set, so that you can just change your talent tree on the fly. And I really want to mess with weapon swapping, but there aren't really that many weapons to swap between, so. Like, I think one of the first things I'll make when swords come is either a Templar with spells that swaps to a spell set, or a mercenary with a two-handed sword and a crossbow, right? Is 18 points that meaningful? Yes. Like just here, 12% increased damage with two-handed weapons. 12, 24, 36, 48, 60, 100%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 points. You never change weapons. That character seemed pretty good. I don't think that you really need to do this weapon swapping trick, but if you have two weapons that are similarly good and you do it, I think you can probably like double the damage of like when you're playing warrior. Most, I would say every single warrior build right now has to use Hammer of the Gods, because it's just that good. There's no reason to not use Hammer of the Gods. So you can, instead of having like a bunch of skills that, or a bunch of nodes here that add like armor break, area of effect, stuff like that, increased block chance, more attack speed, you can just remove all of that and you just go grab every single damage node you can get, every single increased melee damage against stunned enemies, increased damage against enemies with broken armor, and you just do that on your second set, and then you only use Hammer of the Gods on your second set when the enemies have broken armor, are stunned. And that way you can push the skill to do like probably twice or more damage than it does normally. Which is kind of a problem in my opinion, but I don't think there's a fix for that. That doesn't feel weird. It's kind of a band-aid fix, because the passive tree is just a flawed system from the ground up. So they're just trying to find band-aid ways to make it work the way like it was originally intended to work. Because that was like in PoE 1, that was the intention there too, that you were supposed to be able to change weapon sets meaningfully and stuff like that, but it just doesn't work. Here I think it will work, it just comes with this added weird thing. Fucking hell! Holy shit! What is this? It's just like physical damage. God damn! Holy fuck! That was insane. Oh, greater essence. That's the first time I found one. Upgrades a magic item to a rare with 1 life modifier. That is OP as fuck. I'm gonna save that one, because that basically means that if I find a bunch, if I find a pair of boots that have movement speed and a good resistance roll, I can guarantee that they become good boots, almost. 1 life modifier. Because boots need to have movement speed, but movement speed is a prefix, and you also need a resistance, but resistances are a suffix. So you can't have like life and movement speed on a pair of blue boots. And then you have to just like gamble it with just upgrading it to rare and hope that you get some life. But with that means that you can guarantee that. But what you can't guarantee is that the life isn't like tier 1 trash. But I think that's worth saving. Ah! This song is some caramel dancing bullshit. Hulled helm. Nope. I want a pure evasion helmet. Or no, pure ES.
Garukan favors me. I must travel light.
To find some more AI slop. I don't want to listen to metal. Too old? Not really. Just that all metal is ass except for like this few bands that are actually good. The rest are just... they might as well be AI. Name them? I mean, it's the same old, like Rhapsody, Blind Guardian, but I get tired of Blind Guardian too. In Flames. And then there are just a few others that are like, okay.
I'm carrying enough already.
I like Beast in Black, but they're a little too much. You get tired of listening to them quite fast. Old school Sonata Arctica is also good. I honestly don't really like Dream Theater that much. It's just like a worse Aeon to me. They have some really good songs. I like 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence, the album. But that's reductive. So what? What's wrong with being reductive? No, you can't say that something is like something else. 'Cause it's not 100% accurate.
Tell your tale.
Who goes there? Browse as long as you like.
But most Dream Theater, like I said, I like the Inner Turbulence album, but for most of their stuff, I get the same feeling I get with Elven King. If you're able to listen to Elven King. And it's that they suck ass, but it can be like nice to listen to. It's kind of like eating olives or something. It tastes like dog ass, but you still want another one sometimes. And that's basically Dream Theater, like most of their stuff to me. I did listen to Haken a bit, but I don't really remember what I thought. But I was like, okay, I guess. But that's the thing with like most metal, it's okay, but it's like the small stuff that makes it good. That's why it's really hard to share music in general too. Small enemies are the worst thing in the game. It's so hard to deal with small stuff unless you're a build that just has shit that just destroys everything in front of you. Oh, fuck. I don't have any potions. They're barely metal. Well, music in general. Oh, do you refill at checkpoints too? Maybe you do. Alright, well. We don't have to go back to town then. Oh, wow. Help! I think it's hard to share music. Nobody likes anything anyone else likes. No, it's absolutely correct. I listen to literally the most popular bands in metal. But like sharing like Iron Maiden or something, that's not really the point. Everybody knows about Iron Maiden. Really just sharing like other things that aren't as common. Have you heard of this band called Iron Maiden, dude?
Victory is mine.
Oh, this is so good. I'm 12 years old. But that is literally actually the case too, because like a lot of the people who are upset about stuff in the game right now are literally people who have never played an RPG before, or Diablo or anything like that, and they're like, "This is too hard," because they don't know how resistance works. And when I played Diablo 2, it was the same thing there. Like I couldn't survive in Nightmare. I could get to Nightmare, and then I just kept dying. And I was like, I don't understand how to play this game. I don't know, it's too hard. And then I just had every single thing, like only strength or something, and literally no resistances. Like just looking at damage. Don't know that life is important, nothing. I played Diablo 2 like that for like 10 years. Like just literally not understanding at all how the systems work. Yeah, 10 years is too much, but... I wonder how long it was between like 1.11 patch. Diablo 2 patch history. Patch 1.14. That sucks. Diablo 2 release date 2000, March of 2000, June 2000. And one did 1.10 2003. Okay, so it was like 3 years. But it felt like 10 years. Was this when they added synergy? Yeah, skill synergy bonuses. Because that felt like I had been playing Diablo for like a decade, and then they finally released that after the game was already dead, and that completely revitalized the game. And then we went back to playing it.
A cursed design. I never chose this fate of mine. Tried to rise, but I always fall. The weight inside consumes it all. Something follows, won't let me go. Whispers secrets I don't wanna know. I wear a mask, but inside I cry. Hiding the pain as the days pass by. I carry demons, but I'm not one. Still they see me as what I become. A shattered soul, a silent scream. Lost in their eyes, erased from my dream.
D3 bad? Oh, D3 is absolutely bad. But D3 actually does a lot of things right. I actually thought Diablo 3, and I still think Diablo 3 is like one of the closest to making ARPGs actually fun and have some depth to them, gameplay-wise.
Such shrines were not meant.
Secrets I don't wanna know. I wear a mask, but inside I cry.
For mortal eyes. I am honored.
But then they ruined it, so now it's fucked. It's completely unplayable now. It was only good for a little while, too, because Diablo 3 was bad on release. It was bad, like, most of its lifetime, it was bad. It was good for a little while, like in the middle of Reaper of Souls, and then they destroyed the game again. Like pretty much when they introduced the leveling stuff. When you're max level, you can still level. The Paragon system. When they introduced that, the game was actually decent. The Paragon system was terrible, but that was when the game was decent. And then they started giving you free set items, like every single season. You get a bag in Diablo 3 that just gives you the set instantly. You don't even have to find the set bonus thing. So the game is literally not even about finding gear anymore. Yeah, it's been like that for ages. Yeah, you literally just get the end game item that you want from the get-go, and that's where the game starts. So, and that's like 6 pieces or something, I think. Yeah, because you got like shoulders, you got gloves, you got pants. Yeah, so you get that. So after that, all you can find is maybe like a ring, a belt, and bracer. That's that's all you can find, and those the only items that are viable are items that complement the set that you're wearing, right? So if you're playing the Whirlwind set, you can only get like the Whirlwind belt and equip that. Then the entire game is just like finding a better version of the set. Like now you have to find an ancient legendary, and then they added prime legendaries, which is just the same thing over again, but now it's even like it has a redder border, so it's just like an high level treadmill for the same gear the whole time. Get the trans playlist. Do we? Are there any? I did find like a synthwave, I guess, something like that. Channel. Can we find an AI trance playlist with big titty elves AI generated as the thumbnail? Can we... This build is so bad, dude. The elemental storms are so useless. They literally can't kill a white mob. I have like 3 elemental storms up and they can't kill 1 white mob. No, I don't want anime shit mixes. I want big titty anime. No, not anime. Well, they're kind of anime. AI elf bitches. The one I'm using now is called EDM Girl on YouTube. If you type that in and you see the thumbnails, they're pretty funny. Like the channel is literally gonna get banned because they have like see-through underwear. You can see the pussy on and the nipples on it. It's crazy. There's no way it's not gonna get turbo banned. Alright, we can get more damage. So we can now get Lightning Conduit, Eye of Winter, Temporal Chains, but I don't really want any of these abilities. Cross bombs are a real ability. Upgrade Arctic Armor. There are some horny people out there, man. It is every game, yeah. Absolutely. That's bad.
Not here, not now. Speak up.
I mean, that is a T3 prefix. That could be decent still. Shock duration, increased damage while you have an active charm. That seems completely useless. Like, what charm would you ever have active in that way? The charms don't do anything unless you get, like, frozen. What is the point of that? No, I don't want stats on my chest piece. I'm actually gonna delete that. That's really dog shit. So can we essence craft a chiming staff? Mana modifier, defense, cold, fire, physical, lightning, chaos, attack. There's no spell. Don't want a mana, I don't want a defense modifier. No, it's... Oh! 103% spell damage. Plus 4 level of all chaos spell skills. This is really good, but it's not at all what I wanted. It's another staff that goes in the stash that I'm never gonna use. What about this thing? Ultimate cis transmix. Come on.
We are one of the same. Our stories untold. Running, waiting for the sky fire to fall. Our minds and our cries.
Alright, let's see.
For we remember at all.
Can we get a life roll on this thing here?
But seek a painting of the
Yes,
sun.
we could.
Hold it bravely.
A shitty lightning roll and dog shit reduced attribute requirements.
In the dark, and then the sky fire fall apart.
The 111 life. I feel like that is probably worth equipping. Even though it's less ES. I mean, I don't know if I really like trance that much. I think it's okay sometimes, but I do like EDM and like D&B more, or house. No, it's okay. It says HQ, but this is definitely a low quality track. This is like listening to Darude Sandstorm. Yeah, I see it. We need cold rest on that thing. And armor scrapped. Better than your Panticore? Man. I like some of those Panticore songs. But not all of them. Some of those lyrics were atrocious. Some of them were fine. Don't really care. I mean, it's not like there are good lyrics in any of these songs. I could put on my... Actually, should we do that? Should I do that? I could do that. The only problem with this is that the volumes are kind of shitty. Where is it? Dude, Zoom Player is the best media player by far. It is probably older than you, yeah. Alright, here we go. Oh, remixes. Do we have something good here? Unfortunately, there are a bunch of shitty... I mean, all of these are just Toho songs. Arranges from Mumar 2's channel. I moved away because I don't know what the thumbnails are, like some might not be. I mean, I think some of these songs are good. When I used to stream, this is what I used to have on all the time, back in the day. And the lyrics kick in, the weeb lyrics. But you're a weeb, so that's probably okay. Can we Ice Wall freeze him immediately? Yes, we can. Fuck you. Ah! I don't even like Toho. I don't like Toho either. I like the Toho remixes. Yeah, you do. That's what you do. Oh, you're definitely a weeb. It wouldn't surprise me if you had anime figurines at home. Do you? Yep. Alright. This bitch is dead. I don't display them, I'm normal. That's good. When I went to university to study Japanese, the first guy I got to know there seemed normal, but then he like added me on MSN Messenger, as we used back then. It might have been Skype, actually. I'm not sure. It was probably Skype. And then he just started sending me pictures of his anime figurines. And it was just like full frontal, no clothes, nipples out pictures. And he was like, this is my favorite. And I'm like... why are people so weird? The only cringe-worthy thing I display are Warhammer minis because I painted that. Yeah, I mean that's fine. I mean at least they did. Hopefully they don't have giant anime kitties. You know, it could be a lot worse. Frostwall is OP, but I don't like having it or using it. Yeah, like even just collecting like tons of figurines and having them in your room, that's cringe, but like okay, sure. But like basically introducing yourself by sending nip pics of your anime figurines, like that's a whole different level. Jesus Christ. The other guys were super weird there too.
I need more time.
One guy, he sent me pictures just for literally no reason. Oh, I can't kill this mob maybe.
I can't do that yet.
Hold on, let's see. Like temporal bubble it's too strong in my opinion. It like triples your cooldowns. Does it have to be triple? It's insane. And it's got regen as well. This is crazy. What am I supposed to do?
Not yet. I can't do that yet.
And then he goes down. This is terrible. I hate rares. I can't outrange him. I have to like go out, cast the spell, then go back in again so it doesn't go down under the ground. There we go.
Thank you.
Jesus. Alright, so international studies. It was actually But there were various reasons why I went there. But one guy, he just sent me pics of him and his girlfriend, and it was the type of pictures you'd like make and send to your girlfriend only. Like they're sitting together with like touching heads and looking like really like in love, and then they like photoshopped it with filters and shit and added like text on it, you know. And he just sent me pictures like that, and I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? I will never understand.
Do my eyes deceive me? I can't see that yet.
Like, was he just bragging or something? Like, I have a girlfriend, or like I don't understand. Like, even that would just be weird. Like, I don't know. There, like, most of them were actually kind of normal. But that was also the problem. Like, hanging out with the ones who were normal, that's also terrible, because they're normies, right? Like, literally unplayable.
I can't see that yet.
So, yeah. What remix is this? This is Bonus Toho Arrange number 108, Xion, prog metal techno. No, it's Toho. Charm game, bragging about having a girlfriend's the most insult thing I've heard. Hey man, don't disparage us insults.
Not yet.
Jesus Christ.
I'll break you.
Can we find the thing? I unfortunately suspect that this is going to be another failed build. Because this Ascendancy seems total dog shit. These storms, that's the Ascendancy. And they are proc when I crit. And the idea is to just have a shitload of those. I can summon them almost like once every second. You just need to hit enough to do that. Or crit enough to do that. But they're just ass. The only way I can see this working is with the Archmage stuff. Well, no, there's... World is not perfect. We have pixels that have girlfriends. Disgusting girlfriend havers like Despes, I think.
I can't see that yet.
Unless you broke up. And then that would be my bad. silly with your wife? Okay, yeah, like now he's bragging that she's not his girlfriend. This is his wife. Wow. Wife ever. Stop shooting tornadoes at me! Jesus Christ.
Not yet.
So... Did I find all three? Not sure I found all three. Let's go look here. Half of these songs have this vocalist too, and honestly, Japan has like some of the worst vocalists in the world. Like, all of them are atrocious at singing. Oh, you mean you don't have a Thailand bride? I was in Japan this year with work. Such a weird place, very clean though. Yeah. Yeah. We're basically Japanese brothers now. We've both been to Japan. I haven't. My parents aren't rich enough. I'll pay your flight. No, I don't want to go even if you pay my flight. Dude, I hate doing things.
I can't do that yet. I need more time.
If it's anything I have realized over the years, is I do kind of hate doing things. Like going to fighting game tournaments and shit like that. Looking back at it, I know that I often like forced myself to go because everyone else is going. Honestly, I do hate doing things.
Where titans fought and died.
I might gem it up in Denmark a month or two. Should I say hi? No, don't come by. I don't know. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do if you come by? Like, I'm just gonna sit there. What do you do with people when they come by? Like, I don't know.
Not yet.
Wanna have a beer, bro? Hell yeah, let's have a beer. I'm gonna just like sit there. Eat some microwave pizzas. You wanna watch some anime, bro? Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know how to hang out with people. We do vodka. Everybody does vodka. Your generation isn't special. Don't try it. I don't want to drink. I don't want to get drunk. If I want to get drunk, I'll get drunk in my couch on Twitter. Like, what? Why am I getting drunk with you? Are you trying to have sex with me? Would be fun if you suggested anime, though. Oh, anime is terrible.
Garukan faded. By Garukan!
We could play some wholesome anime visual novels. You can show me the best route. One guy I knew when I was playing fighting games, like when I was down there and stayed at his place, and he was like, "You have to see this. You have to see this. This is so funny." And he like started up Tsukihime or whatever, and he showed me the scene where Hisui or Kohaku or whatever says this chair, and then she says this chair like 1,000 times in a row. This chair, this chair, this chair, and it was like, this is so funny, and I was like,
Didn't break a sweat.
what are you talking about? What is this?
Not yet. I can't do that yet.
This you? I think I've seen this one before.
Hey, you trying to go get some food? And go sit at a restaurant and spend a bunch of money like for something we could probably make at home. Shoot, we could just make something here then,
I
I
haven't
guess.
seen this one.
And then gotta go grocery shop and then take the time to actually cook the food and all that, bro.
What do you think, my friend? Well, it is the finest, most delicate chocolate in the world.
Well, I'm fine without it.
I try to do things with people all the time. That's the sad part. But nobody wants to do anything
Hey,
I
you
ever
trying to
want
go
to
get
do.
some food? And go sit at a
My like back in the day, when we were playing like World of Warcraft or Ragnarok Online or whatever, I always try to get people to come play, but nobody ever wants to do anything. Even now, like I go play Turtle WoW, and this guy called Okab, he just doesn't want to come and hang out and play the game with me. So like, I just stopped playing, you know.
I can't do that yet.
He's just off playing his little visual novels all alone all the time. Fair, fair, my bad. I like TWoW. No, you don't. Come on. That's... You don't have to force yourself to use words that are that strong. Where's the fucking boss, man? And the maps are so big. GGG. Come back to work. Fix your game. I don't want to play WoW. I would unironically rather play like Ragnarok Online, but like anything else that isn't WoW again. Jesus Christ. I played Ion with some guys from the fighting game community for a while, and it was actually pretty fun. Like we were playing it, we were 3 guys who were playing it together, and then I had to go to my parents for like 1 weekend, 2 days, and then when I went back, both of them had quit and didn't want to play anymore. It lasted for like 1 week. I had so much adrenaline setting up a bot farm with the broken custom quests and scripts. Uncle, it's damn glue. Yes, I am. I also played WoW with some guys for a while. And we were just like leveling together. Then I couldn't play for 1 day again. And they like leveled their characters when we weren't playing. So now we couldn't play together anymore, and then everybody just stopped playing. Like, I don't know. Everyone is just retarded. Nobody understands anything. How to play a game together or whatever. mean, WoW doesn't make sense to play together, really. You basically have to make two characters that you're like, okay, we're only ever gonna play this character when both of us are online. And if you're like 3 people, then you can't play together because it's never gonna sync up, ever. If you have a group of 3 people and you can actually like play an MMO in a group, holy shit, you are like the luckiest man alive. You're luckier than someone who has like a good wife. What the fuck?
I have no space for that.
Well, I wouldn't have come because I really don't want to play Turtle Ball. Holy shit, I cannot stomach more WoW in my life ever again. Like, going back for War for the Overworld or whatever, that was it. Like, that was the last drop of World of Warcraft that I had in me. I cannot ever do that more, ever again. This guy is so... like, freeze is so OP here. You can't stun him at all, but if you have freeze, you freeze him in like 1 millisecond. Oh, fuck! What is he doing? I want to play Dota. I genuinely... like, if you had asked me if Dota, like, you sat down with me and you had made Dota and you were like, I made this, do you think this is going to be, like, a success? I would have said no. Like, the chore of playing Dota back in the day with, like, Warcraft 3 custom game setups and, like, blacklists and, like, all that shit. Holy fuck. I don't understand how people got into that. That was crazy.
More may roam here. It's time to go. I must travel light.
We don't need to travel light.
It's warm and beautiful.
Alright, we killed the bug boss. Did you play Brighter Shores yet? You did give it a shot? Yeah, no, it's... I don't know if you were there for Quinn's rant yesterday, but people were talking about, or they were talking about like the free respecs, or there aren't, we don't have free respecs, but it's close enough in the game right now where they made respecking cheaper, right? So it's easier to do now in the beta. But it turned into like a huge thing on the stream yesterday where, you know, the fact that you can go and respec your character at any time, it completely changes how the game feels. Because your character, it doesn't feel like there's any weight to your build, right? Like, you can just go and change things constantly all the time. You don't have to sit down and like look at this button. Is this a good choice? Should I go and do this? You know? And it makes the game feel really cheap and like nothing matters, right? And that's absolutely true. but it's not just respecking, right? Like it's everything. Portals in World of Warcraft, even flying mounts in World of Warcraft, make the entire game world just completely cheapened. Nothing matters when you, and even the dungeon finder. Even though I'm a huge advocate for the dungeon finder, I think the old dungeon system is trash. The dungeon finder also completely ruins the world. It does ruin the game too, because you're just teleporting everywhere now. It completely diminishes the world. The world doesn't feel like it even matters or exists anymore. And like all the small things like that, even in this game, you know, picking up an item, it's unidentified. What is the point of that? Like, there are a lot of people right now who are like, why are items identified? Like, if I can go to a guy in town and just press an identify button, like, what is the point of them being unidentified in the first place? But like, all small things like these, like, it adds up. When you remove the small chores, the game more and more loses everything that makes it feel good to play, right? And the point I'm getting to here is that Brighter Shores has done that in every single aspect of the game. So it feels like total trash to play. Nothing is interesting. You can't, like, there's no like build making. There's nothing. Every single mechanic is like completely separated. So like if you're leveling fighting, you're only doing fighting, and it's literally just, it has nothing to do with anything. You're just going around finding like some mobile game monster to click on, and then you auto attack it to death. And it's just, everything is just completely vapid because of that. Like, nothing is interesting at all. And the entire game just feels horrible. Yeah, it is literally just progression for progression's sake. Like, the only thing that separates Brighter Shores from Cookie Clicker is that you can walk around and you have to, like, find the cookies to click on, pretty much. Like, it's atrocious. Yeah, like, I agree. Like, in RuneScape, it is the same. Like, you're just going and punching cows for 5 hours now until you can punch, like, beavers in the next area, right? And but it does feel like the world is more interconnected, you know, to some degree. Even if it's just a little bit, that little bit makes all the difference. And Brighter Shores is just, it's so vapid. It is so bad. Anyway, I got a really good armor. It's got 2 big resistances. It's got intelligence on it. It's got evasion bonus. And it's got an open suffix. And we have an exalt. And it just got increased evasion. So this is like best in slot. Holy shit. This is so good, I can almost put chaos resistance in it. So it's got 3 prefixes, 3 suffixes. We ball it. It got 3 slots. So now we put Chaos Rest in there. Do I have more of those? No. Alright, this is really OP. If you have to work for that NPC that identifies shit, I'd feel better, probably. I fucking despise RuneScape as a game, but the game does have insane progression if you actually know the game. You do this quest that gets me in this level bracket in XY skill, and that makes this other grind 75% more efficient and faster. and it's like that for the entire game. Yeah, I don't really know that much about RuneScape because I've never really gotten into it that much because it looks like Final Fantasy VII without textures. But from what I understand, yes. Like, I watched some streams when there was a season a while ago, and you know, there are a lot of things that seem to go together, and the strength of RuneScape is that it has those things that I talked about earlier, where it's like it has all of these small things, like secret quests and shit like that, that make it feel more like an RPG than any other RPG MMO on the market. But the rest of the game is just unbearably trash. So it's unfortunate, but and I actually think that there should be more games like RuneScape that focus more on like RPG than they're focusing on endgame rating. Right. But the problem with that is figuring out how to make it sustainable in the long run. And I mean, RuneScape, they are doing resets now, which I think is good. That's also kind of why I like Path of Exile, because it is more focused on fighting and more than the RPG aspect, right? But I feel like for me, like for what I actually want out of an MMO, this is closer to what I want from an MMO than World of Warcraft is, for example. Like, I feel like I can progress my character and play the game on my own, while in an MMO, I have to just sit through dungeons and just, like, not have fun with a bunch of randoms. But yeah. So what are my resistances now are still good. And we have that. That's great. And the main problem with Path of Exile is, you know, can you actually get into endgame? And when I mean get into it, I don't mean reaching it, I mean get into it, like enjoy it. Because once you get there, like, just getting through the story is fine. Because in the story, even if you don't care about the story, you still have the, like, that goal of getting to the end. And then when you get to the end, it's like, okay, now what? Like, I'm just gonna grind maps for no reason other than to grind. You know? And that's kind of what it feels like. So you have to be able to get into that mindset of, like, I'm gonna go and actually beat all the bosses that exist, you know? Actually trying to finish the game. Because otherwise you just can't keep playing. Like, nobody wants to just grind endgame in PoE just to grind. Not really. Yeah, I'm gonna buy more tabs soon. Most of these tabs I've gotten for free, I think. I haven't bought a lot. Just for, like, participating in seasons and over the years. I think I've gotten a lot of them. The special tabs I absolutely bought, though. Those are the ones that matter. Like, imagine storing all of these uniques in just normal tabs. It's not viable. Not if you play, like, more than one character.
What? This is an immense honor.
But I don't, like, I think people who spend, like, $300 on the game
Stay in sight.
every 3 months are insane. Or streamers. And is the Big Green Bunch streaming in January? What do you mean? They're always streaming. Literally every single day. Keep streams twice a day, every single day, always. Weekends too. He starts streaming in 3 hours from now, and then he streams for like 6 to 8 hours total after that. Sometimes more, but not always. And should I become a pay piggy? Hell yeah, you should become a pay piggy.
It is time.
Hell yeah. Okay, so we have the horn. That means we're going here now. I mean, I know people say that they think it's ugly, but to me, I'm just glad that it doesn't look like RuneScape. But the whole tile system, it is extremely unappealing, and it becomes more appealing, more unappealing, because the graphics are better. You know, that's the thing with better graphics. Some things are acceptable when the graphics are bad, but when you improve the graphics, those things that were acceptable before become more noticeable and more grating as well.
I hope there is time.
It's kind of like,
Our honored dead.
you know, if you take an old game and you just improve the texture quality, it makes the game look worse often. Because if you have like high res textures and the game doesn't have, you know, plants and details and stuff like that, it feels bad. But when the game is like low resolution, it's not as noticeable. But yeah, no, brighter shores. Not enjoyable. And now the fun part is that with Brighter Shores being a failure, Throne of Liberty being a failure, was there anything else that came out? I don't know. Like Core Punk looks like a total failure. There's not a single MMO on the radar now except for Ashes of Creation, and that one I have zero hope for that game. Like, there's literally not a single thing. Yeah, I do think Ashes would be a massive flop. It doesn't look like the developers really have a clue what they're doing. Like, even if we just ignore the time it's taking to make it and the shady CEO and stuff like that, every time I see something about it or they're talking about things, I'm just like, this doesn't sound really that good, or it's just like weird stuff. Like, when they were talking about that whole system where all players can get like monster coins, where you can spend a coin and then you'll become a monster, big boss, and you can like attack towns. I'm like, this is a concept for like autistic people, and it's not gonna be fun. It's not gonna make any real sense in practice. It's just this kind of thing that it sounds cool and it'll get you some sales, but that's it. Like, it's not gonna really matter. I don't get it. That's the design of someone who hasn't played MMOs or understands why MMOs work or what works about them. It's just like whenever there's an MMO that talks about having, you know, sieges and mass PvP, I'm just like, okay, this is a developer who has no clue what they're doing. They want to realize the concept, but they don't realize that the concept doesn't actually work. Yeah, Grumps is a retard. He has no clue what he's talking about. He is literally a grifter. Like, yeah, you're right. He's maintaining a fan base by just saying things now, basically. He's basically Keemstar, like gaming Keemstar almost. He's just a rage baiter. More or less. Yeah, MMO, yeah, Milestone, yeah, that's actually probably closer, yeah. At least Keemstar is successful with what he's doing. I hate Keemstar, but yeah. I don't know what that means. I don't follow Keemstar. I don't like Keemstar. Evasion hat, that's not what we want. Oh, does he do the Christmas? Oh, I did see that. I just hit a dog going 70 miles per hour on my truck. Such a shitty Christmas Eve right now. Ran up right on the highway. I hate this year so much. Oh, it's an old one from 2016. And it gets shoved around every Christmas. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. That does sound like a shitty Christmas though. I mean, yeah, he's like one of the biggest internet celebrities. Doesn't surprise me. I understand. That makes perfect sense. You are a contrarian. People call me a contrarian all the time, but I actually almost never do that. Like, I only started doing it kind of recently because people keep calling me a contrarian. And I just get pissed off every single time I try to, like, discuss anything, and people literally just disagree with me. So now I just started doing that on purpose instead. Like,
The Paradan should know better than to let this madness
just
transpire.
disagreeing with people just to make them mad.
Stay still.
Oh man, I knew a guy in uni who did that all the time. There was an entire year where you could not talk to him at all because the only thing he ever did was disagree with you on purpose. No matter what you tried talking to him about for an entire year, he just said the opposite. Like, no, that's bad. No, that's good. Swedish too? Maybe it's the same guy. What's his nickname? Probably not the same guy, but it could be the same guy. But I think he's mellowed out, so he's probably not the same guy. Okay, no. He said he wouldn't mind if his girlfriend got on OnlyFans. No, that I don't think that's the same guy. My guy would never ever have a girlfriend. There's no way. Alfred, that's not him. But it is a little bit like that, like online Swedes. It can genuinely be like the same guy sometimes. But there are a lot of Swedes online, but my guy is pretty prominent, so. But then again, they're like 10 years older than you. Oh shit, that was so annoying. Because the thing was that we usually were on the same wavelength when it came to like talking about games and stuff. I just tried talking to him about video games and shit. But he was like completely stuck in this autistic fucking thing that he was doing. And he could not stop. And I think he genuinely like couldn't stop. Like he was stuck in it. Against his will. And it just meant that I couldn't talk to him at all about anything. Like, it was impossible. But he was a very special guy. He did stuff like that all the time.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, he was a very special guy. He was a very smart guy, to be honest, but
Thank you.
very, very extremely autistic in the wrong ways. Often. Like, he was really a chore to hang out with a lot. My damage feels a lot better all of a sudden. Is it all those crit nodes? Must be. Or maybe the fact that I actually got damage nodes instead of getting this. The Quinn nodes. The travel nodes. Like, how much is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 levels without any damage nodes. That's pretty bad. This is another fucking sus. Come on, man. It's really hard for me to gauge the volume, by the way, but... Wait, what is this? This is super cringe. Let's see if it picks up. Really hard to... No, the AI shit is better than this. My damage might also feel better because I'm killing literally like tiny zombies. How's the game? Well, I have been burnt the fuck out for a really long time, so on my end things have been pretty bad. But I am programming again a little bit, so that's moving forward a little bit now. But in the meantime, we've been doing writing and we've been working on videos. Oh shit. We have a bunch of lore videos that are coming. The tabletop is coming along. And I have started working on a pen and paper system too, but there's a tabletop? Yeah, we have a tabletop game. Mini war game called Terrestrial War. We even have printable minis, I think. I don't know if the STLs are available right now, but yeah, the core rules are mostly finished. We're making it... Right now it's playable through tabletop sim mainly, which sucks. I actually don't know really where you can find the minis. Bathios should have them on his Twitter page. At least. How D&D is it? What, the war game or the RPG system? Yeah, here. Check out Bathios' media page and you'll see a lot of our minis there. Made by Bathios. Not Bathios also works for a company that makes minis. So no, most of these aren't actually ours. But some are. The first two are ours. We have anything else there that's ours? Okay, it's only like the first two. No, the second one, the dwarf isn't ours. Okay. There's one. There's one there. This one is ours. This is the spear beak. But yeah, no, Bathios is a really good artist. Yeah, that's me. That's me. That's for the Monster Hunter series. I actually have that thing at home, but I don't have the glue to put it together. But yes, I am a mini. I don't have glue, I don't have paint, but I do have it at home. But it's like this big. It's actually super tiny. So what we need to do next is we need to like finalize the Dude, this was only one song. What am I gonna do with that? But yeah, like we need to finalize the 2 factions that we're gonna start with, and then we're gonna release that. And the plan is basically to put out the rules and the first 2 factions for free, more or less. And then if you like buy a package, I mean, we're not 100% settled on how we'll do it, but the way both me and Kibbs want to do it is to just release it like a $40 thing, and then you buy that and you get access to everything. Because we don't, like, we only have digital, we can't really sell physical copies unless we find someone who wants to really partner with us and do that. Yeah, I don't even have Spotify. I mean, Baphios literally works for a mini company, so... But even then, just having one company to make all your minis, that's not gonna be... That's like probably not gonna cut it. You're gonna have like an entire network for that, and we're not big enough to manage that. Like, we'd have to make money and hire somebody for that first before we can even attempt anything like that. Because yeah, prints are expensive. And the prints would literally just be like for people who want to have them. And not, because like Warhammer, back in the day, they had to make prints because there was no other way of selling it, right? Which meant they had to make the prints for profit, really. And for us, that's not really the intended way of monetizing it via models, so we just want to sell the game. And we don't want to go down the Paradox route of having $200 worth of quote-unquote DLC, even if it is like a tabletop game. So we'll see where we end up going with it, but I just want to do something like paying for access to like new stuff, and then eventually that gets rolled into the base thing. And if you buy it, you'll always get everything for like $40, even if that means like 8 armies. But again, that's something we still need to properly discuss and decide 100%. But I'm on the side of long-term, affordable, and accessible to build the brand and just to help bring people in rather than push people out. Just do the image that slots into a base for minis. We are doing that. We're doing both. If you play it on tabletop, we have the images that slot into the base there, because they are much more performant than models. So we have both. But we want the models to be available for people, because a big part of wargaming is not playing the game. Like, a lot of it is just about painting minis, and we want that aspect to be available for people as well. This boss is terrible. He literally cannot hit you. Like I think he was designed before they added strafing. Like, he just falls over and misses you. Yeah, I mean that's a really big part of wargaming. And I would say like most people can't actually even play the game with other people. The majority of people who are into Warhammer have probably never even played with their army.
I'm carrying enough already.
Did I kill the thing? Where are we? We're over there. No. We missed the sisters. Alright. Where's my Toho? But 3D printing is becoming more and more accessible, and so that's like the avenue that we're really aiming for. Like, a lot of people still don't have 3D printers, but I would say a lot of people who actually are interested in it do. So, because they're not that expensive nowadays. Like, it's not actually that hard to get into. That's what you want. I mean, printing still costs money in itself. Like, it's not just a one-time purchase and then you can print stuff. Like, all the rest of it still costs a lot of money. So there is that, you know, but... I'm not really super involved with the tabletop. Like, I've been helping playtest it and, you know, come with some suggestions on how to maybe change some things. But it's mainly been Rapier, Kamigawa, and some other people who have been doing it. And partially with the community as well. And they're doing a good job, to be honest. I actually think it's pretty good, like the way it is now. I don't really, I'm not super into tabletops, so for me it's a little bit like kind of hard to tell if it's good or bad. No, I know I should be like hyping up our product, but I mean that's just the truth. But I do really like the way it's heading. More so than most other tabletops. But there's still some work to do.
Whatever it takes.
It's mainly like lore stuff left now. Designing the units and stuff. But it will be different from Warhammer. Because it's like Warhammer is designed to be a tabletop wargame from scratch, right? Like that's how all the factions are. It's just like ideas for tabletop factions that they just kind of like shoved into the world, right? And for us, it's different. Like, we made the world first, and then we made a tabletop out of that. So, like, most factions are just normal humans. So,
Need something?
it's not gonna be the same in terms of like this faction has like this mechanic and this approach to it, and it's gonna be more like this is what this country's culture is like, and that's why their units look like this. And then we try to balance it from there to some degree. Yeah, no need to look for more. Let's YOLO these shoes. Chaos Res. Alright, let's work on those shoes, try to divine them. I mean, exalt them. 6 Chaos Res is really bad, but it's... could be worse. It is Chaos Res. Alright, so now we have that. We also want that. This is a really good cluster. You get a shitload of damage here, but you also get intelligence and dexterity. Because one of the problems with taking clusters, like taking this spell damage here, it means you're not getting any stats. And because you're not getting any stats, you're kind of falling behind when it comes to equipment requirements. And if you're mixing like int and dex gear and stuff like I'm doing right now, that actually becomes a bit of a problem. So nodes that actually give you stats are pretty good. Like this one here gives you 10 int. Here you get nothing. Most of the time you don't really get a bonus. But like these nodes here are pretty good. You get more attack speed and cast speed. And it also gives you 10 stats. And then we can go here, get some evasion, an energy shield, then we go here, we get more dex and int, and mono regen and movement speed. And so once we get this, where do we want to go then? I feel like mainly we're lacking damage right now. So I'm wondering if that's where we should go next. And that's gonna be either this or this. And I think this is the way to go. Because here we get increased exposure effect. And build up and stuff. It's actually not that much bonus damage. But my build relies on exposure mainly. So. Exposure makes your... what does exposure do exactly? Lowers the enemy's resistance to the corresponding damage type. It's a little bit hard to really know how things work. Because if you run penetration, penetration causes the specific amount to be subtracted from the caster's from the target's corresponding resistance when determining the damage they take from a hit to a minimum of 0. So this doesn't work for like ignite and stuff, and it only works down to 0. And curses can reduce elemental resistances. But if you, like if an enemy has, let's say 40 resistance, and you curse them to reduce it by 30, then they have 10. And then you have like 30 penetration, it only goes down to 0. And I think exposure kind of works the same way. So like if I have penetration, that's 30%, and I have exposure that reduces it by 30 or 40%, I think that still doesn't go below 0. So I think the only way to get them below 0 resistances is if you have a curse and exposure. But I can't have a curse, because I'm using all 3 elements, and there's no curse for all elements yet. There is in PoE 1, but not here. Anyway, bathroom. I'll be right back. I need a bunch of unpaid mod slaves to pay my to play my greatest hit videos while I'm taking a shit. Mod me? I don't think you can play any videos even if I mod you. Don't have the technology. There you go. So I'm looking at my follows. I think the last 10 follows that I've gotten are just like bots. Now I can do nothing with it. That's true. You can ban every single girl that comes in here and asks me what's up. They're bots. Nancy Orange, Jessica Skittle, Aria Carter, Elora Jordan, Elara Lewis 5, Elara James, Henry Shenry. I think that was a real person. Is that someone who actually talked with me? I'm not sure. But yes. Should play mobile gacha games more on stream. Oh no, I can't. Like, when I'm at my parents' place, I typically play some really dog shit gacha auto battlers, and I have played them a little bit like otherwise too. And it genuinely like makes me sick. Like I cannot do it. It's like having to log in and do like a gacha in the morning is the worst feeling in the world. Like it feels so bad. And it takes so long, and like if you don't do all of it, like what's the point of doing any of it? You know? It's terrible. It's not like 5 minutes. It depends on the gacha, but like playing like Mobile Legends adventures, holy shit. There's like 6 billion systems. You have to do like 5 different dungeons. And all of them take forever. Oh, we're at the Dreadnought already? Yeah, I don't play Azur Lane. I only play the cool weeb ones, not the ones with the, not the Coomer weeb ones. It is Coomer Slop. It's Coomer Pokemon. Well, wait, that's just regular Pokemon. Unfortunately true, but yeah. Well, Pokemon is 100% a furry porn game. That's why the people play it. Either they're girls or they're furries. That's why people play Pokemon. Let's be real. It's made for 10-year-olds? Yeah. And those 10-year-olds are now 30. And attracted to Pokemon. Kids don't play Pokemon. Come on. No, Pokemon is cope. That's what Pokemon is. But, yeah. I mean, people can enjoy Pokemon if they want. I just think it's stupid. Eric is always trying to convince me that Pokemon is super deep and complex. But that's what he did about, like, D&D too, so... It's not in depth. It's like competitive Pokemon is like it's like setting up a Magic the Gathering hand with like a hyper combo beforehand, and you just always have the same setup and the same cards in hand every time. That's what Pokemon is. I mean, sure, I guess that can be complex, but competitive Pokemon is doubles. Jesus. So you have to set up 2 card hands with even more combos. I'll be fair. I don't know how much Pokemon has actually changed since like Gold, but I doubt it's much. And back then there was no depth in Pokemon at all. Like, all the systems were anti-depth. Couldn't even change Pokemons in reaction to something, because that, like, cost you the Pokemon. Yeah, this is one of those things where my experience, or when I played it, it was shit. So even if they have changed things, I kind of don't care if it's better, because I still think that I'm not really interested. So I'm okay with like my headcanon of how things are like that's okay for me to pretend like that's the reality still. Like, even if Pokemon is like super deep now, I would never get into it. And I honestly doubt it is. Last month? Okay. Fair enough. Because like back in the day, playing Pokemon, there was no real strategy. It was just like, what elements do the fucking gym leader have? Okay, I'm just gonna bring whatever can kill that, and then that was it. You just went in and you did double damage, and then you won. And we actually played a little bit of competitive Pokemon when I was in uni. And the way it worked then was like a guy just used like Brainstorm or something, and then he used a skill that just did bonus damage in Rainstorm, and then he one-shotted your first Pokemon, and then your other Pokemon came out, and then the attack was still going, and then he one-shotted that Pokemon, and then he just one-shotted your entire party like that. And I was like, yeah, this is so deep and amazing. Wow. And that was like 10 years ago or something. So for me, that's my Pokemon experience. So it's like, to me, that is literally like a pre-designed Yu-Gi-Oh hand. Like that's what that was. And the final crit node. How much crit do we have now? I had like 17% on Solar Orb. 20%. Could be okay, I'm not sure. He'll probably want a little bit more than that. I mean, at some point, yeah, it was fun to like discover the Pokemons and collect them, but for me, not anymore. That's like a one-time thing. It's kind of like playing Skyrim once, and you're like, wow, this world is so big, and wow, I'm gonna explore this shit, and then you do it once, and then you're like, okay, that's it. And some people, for some reason, they can just do that. Like, they can 100% Skyrim like 12 times. But I'm just not that autistic, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, I really like grind games where I can just go in and kill shit, you know? So it's not like I don't enjoy the repetitiveness of that to some degree. But I really can't just do what people are doing and just keep grinding like the same thing over and over forever. Like having like 4,000 hours in CK2 is just... That is just absurd to me. I could never even imagine doing that. See, the only reason I actually played a lot of WoW is for the same reason I played a lot of Path of Exile. Because back in the day, whenever there was a new expansion, that was like a new season in this game. Where, you know, it was a reset, the game changes, and all that. That's kind of the reason why I don't actually enjoy playing Turtle WoW. Because, like, I've already done that. I don't really want to play old WoW. I don't like old WoW. I like seeing WoW change and become something different. And, like, trying, like, oh, this is what Priest is now in this expansion, etc. And it doesn't have that much anymore. Like, a little bit, actually, in this latest expansion, but... playing Turtle WoW is... But yeah, Warrior is exactly like when I hated Warrior the most. Great. I love not having damage on my tank. Yeah, I stopped playing after Legion. I saw BFA and was just like, it's exactly the same. And
The fool under the hooded one's sway.
it costs like $60. So yeah, look this.
Know that. You'll find my king far more capable than Count Geonor.
I don't think that the current expansion is good, but it has some things that were nice. Like the hero talent stuff, that was actually nice. I like that a lot, actually. But I still hate every aspect of WoW otherwise. I don't... There's nothing I like doing in World of Warcraft. I can't do anything solo. And doing dungeons feels like ass. I actually don't enjoy mythics. The only way I could ever enjoy mythics is if I had like a group of 5 friends who were doing it and we were doing it together. But like doing it with randoms, like my worst nightmare. I don't like MMOs being centered around group gameplay. That's the thing. And yeah, a lot of people give me shit for that. It's just like, okay, you don't want to play on MMO. Like, no, I do, but I don't want the game to just be about party play. It's my favorite RPG. Tree of Savior. But it's not playable anymore. And it was bad back. It was bad even when I enjoyed it. But it had like one thing that made me enjoy playing it. And that was that I could play it more or less solo. And do a bunch of things solo to help me get better. Like, I could actually progress my character by doing things on my own. Even though I did still do like some group things, because you had to do group things to get the best gear. But then improving the gear meant doing things on your own, like farming gear, farming silver solo, farming materials solo, going around just killing monsters, trying to farm. There was like, I don't remember what it was called, but let's call it legendary gear. And legendary gear only dropped from bosses. And then you upgraded the legendary gear with silver and stuff that you found elsewhere. And you like farmed stats that you extracted from normal, like, unique gear, I think it was called. and then you put that into your legendary gear. So there was still like, there was group content, but there was a lot of work outside of that solo to just farm silver and resources and trying to upgrade your gear and progress. So like I want the game to be mainly a single player experience, but it should be about it should still be multiplayer, you know, but it should be multiplayer in ways that MMOs really aren't now. It should be something that you want to do and not something that you're forced to do. That's like, and I know it's nebulous, but that's really where I'm at when it comes to that. To some degree. I still think it's kind of okay to have some stuff that you actually have to do. Like in Tree of Savior, I had to do the legendary raids, which was, they called them raids, but it was still just 5 men. But they weren't that hard, and you kind of just went in like once a week and did it, which I don't really like either. I don't like the lockouts, but I want MMOs to be more like adventures and RPGs than they are dungeon grind and like forced multiplayer content and raids. This is really all there is to it. And if that includes just going around in a circle killing mobs for silver, like that's okay. I don't, could be better, you know, but that's better than any solo content in World of Warcraft still. You can't even do that in World of Warcraft. But just going around killing mobs, completely useless. And even doing like in the newest expansion, they added delves, and delves are fucking garbage. Literally the single worst single player thing that I've ever seen in WoW. None of them are fun. It's not actually like going in and killing monsters and feeling good. It's just going in and then you're playing like Super Mario Bros. And jumping on mushrooms, you know, like, and that's what I don't like about WoW. Like you have this, like, or I'm playing a paladin, I have like big AoEs and shit. But unless you're doing a dungeon, you can't do anything with them. Like, you're not going into delves and, like, killing hordes of monsters. You're literally just going in and killing, like, a little mushroom that one-shots you because you're playing it on, like, Delve 9 or whatever. I don't want to grind Mythic Plus. I don't want to play try-hard fucking PC this mob dungeons with a bunch of randoms. Holy shit. That is literally the last thing I want to do. I would rather play BDO or something where I can just go somewhere where I know that like some items that I want to drop. And I just kill monsters and hope that I get some cool stuff. I think all of these things, like all of these modes, are really basic and archaic. And I think that MMOs could be a lot more interesting and advanced than that. But, that's not really what anyone wants to develop again. I actually don't mind BDO in a lot of ways. Like the whole turbo grind aspect of it, I think is fine. It's really like everything else that's horrid. Because I really like Korean upgrade systems compared to pretty much any other gearing method and gear system. I like that the most because it means I can just keep working on my character by just like playing and getting resources and pouring that into my character. While in WoW, all you're doing is you're just like running a dungeon over and over again until it drops that one trinket that you want, and then that's it. You're just done
The humidity is disgusting.
until there's another patch that comes out. But in PDO, the RNG upgrade system is just bad. And honestly, in almost every Korean MMO, the RNG upgrade system is bad. But I think it is still a lot more fun. Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm not talking about what WoW players want to do. I don't give a fuck about WoW players. I don't want to prog in a guild. But yeah, like if you want to prog raids in a guild, WoW is the perfect game for you. I don't want that, so I don't give a fuck about that. That's why I hate WoW, because that's the only thing it's about. It doesn't have anything else that appeals to anybody else, other than like PvP. And WoW PvP is retarded.
Didn't break a sweat. A rare treasure. Away with you!
With like arena PvP, there's like none of the brackets are good. Like they're all retarded and shit. Like 2s are completely unplayable. And 3s are like, you see, ranked BGs have the exact same problem. Like, I don't want game modes. I want a game that's just like, it has a world, and I'm going out in it, and I'm like doing stuff in the world, progressing my character by like killing monsters and shit, doing things in it. I don't want to do like dungeons. I don't want to do raids. I don't want to do PvP game modes. I have played the basis MMO. It's terrible because it's just quests. I don't want quests either. I want something more in the vein of Guild Wars 2, but not ass like Guild Wars 2. I have played Albion Online. It's also unplayable. You have to join a guild. It's impossible to find a guild that isn't retarded. And then when you join the guild, you're like, okay, this is what I want to play. I want to play a character that has like this weapon and has this build. And they're like, go fuck yourself. If you don't play this exact like OP meta build, you're not allowed to come. And then you leave. And if you're not part of the guild, you can't do anything in the game. Like, you have to join a guild and join a gang squad. That's the only way to actually play the game. Because if you don't, you can't actually go out into the world past like tier 3 and do anything at all solo. You have to join really like shitty gang squads. I hate open world PvP games too. I don't want that. I mean, they are all dog shit. That's the thing. So that's not really that surprising. If Ultima Online wasn't dog shit, which it is, and it was still like actually around, that's actually something that I would kind of be interested in playing. But I did play Ultima Online like half a year ago or something, and it was really bad, and nobody plays it. There's not a single person online. And most people play Ultima Online Outlands. And in Outlands, the first thing that happens is that your character gets boosted to max level. And then you still, for some reason, you have to overnight AFK your character at a training dummy, and just have your character stand there and attack, so you max out all your skills too, for some reason. And then the game like starts at max level. I don't understand at all. Because I think the current MMO formula is actually like flawed and unviable long term. Like just having constant resets and vertical progression on top of that, it is a death sentence to that game. You can't do that forever. You're just flushing content down the drain. Eventually, you have to change the XP curves, and that ruins the game in every way. You know, like it's not actually a viable model. It is for like 10 to 20 years ish, but not really. And if some kind of reset is the way to go. But the problem with resets is that there aren't really problems with resetting. But there are people who just cannot vibe with the idea. No matter how much it would make them enjoy the game more, they just refuse to do it. So it's like, oh, if my character isn't like permanently finished forever, then why even bother, you know? Because it feels like they're wasting time, when in reality they are already wasting time, so it doesn't matter. But like, I know a lot of people who refuse to play Path of Exile because it has seasonal resets. When seasonal resets is the only reason the game is actually fun, more than playing through the story. So like, if you're just gonna play through the story, then who cares? Just play the game once and then fuck off. But otherwise, it's the only reason the game even works. And in Tree of Savior, they actually started doing resets and seasons. In BDO, they also do seasons. What story? Yeah, exactly. They are actually doing seasons in BDO and in Tree of Savior, and they actually work pretty well. I actually really enjoyed doing the seasonal stuff. Because what they do in BDO is that they don't really have servers in BDO, right? Like, they have more like channels. So you can just always switch between wherever. But what they did, they made like a certain channel that's only the season channel. And if you make a character, it can only play on seasonal. It has a bit of an XP bonus, but not that much. But you also get like boosted progression for your gear, which I'm not like a huge fan of, but it's okay. And then you get a bunch of rewards for playing it and making a new character there. And then when you're done on the seasonal server, you can transfer it over to the real server. And then you can either just move all the rewards over to your main character, or you can, you know, keep playing your new seasonal character that's more or less caught up now. But it has the same effect as the seasons do in PoE, where, you know, everybody just kind of comes back and plays for a while for the season. Streamers are all participating in the season as well, and means people can just kind of come back to the game now and then and just play again together, even if they're playing alone, you know, but it's still like alongside each other. And at least to me, that it makes the game feel a lot more alive than just going leveling in WoW. And you see like literally 0 people when you're leveling in WoW, even with sharding. And even if you do see somebody else, that's a negative, because somebody else killing your monsters is always bad. in MMOs. And that's also the problem with MMOs, that they are schizo. Like, they're trying to be like multiplayer games, but they're actually anti-multiplayer games. Either they have forced grouping, or they have like anti-grouping. Kind of. Cannot find the right way. And that's what I like about Guild Wars. Like, in Guild Wars 2, the problem... You're hitting the sack. Oh, okay, I can keep yapping anyway. But, yeah, good night, dude. See you around. But what I like about Guild Wars 2 is that you can always do group content with other people. Just because they're there. Because the group content is in the form of events that are around. You have events that are like big bosses and stuff, so that it's actually difficult content sometimes.
I need more time.
So you can more like fluidly just do party stuff together without it being like, oh, I'm on this quest now. Can somebody come and help me with this quest that I'm on right now and nobody else is on? But rather it's something that's just, it's there for everybody, so everybody can just go and do it. But the problem that it creates is that now everything is just like on a timer, and because it's on a timer, it's just... People are just gonna go around in like huge clumps, and they're just gonna go and do these things as they spawn, so there's just like a billion people everywhere. And that kind of defeats the purpose of the whole like event system in the first place. Because it's... If it's not something that's like... But if it's not something that's like... it feels more natural, you know, like people who are around come and join in, instead of it being just like this boss in this zone is gonna spawn in 10 minutes and then everybody just comes there. There are like 80 people there, and then they all just like destroy the boss instantly without anything mattering. You know, that's also bad. It kind of completely destroys the reason for the system in the first place. And I mean, that's the main problem with Guild Wars 2. Other than the fact that there's nothing to do in the game. You know. That's also a problem.
I can't do that yet.
And that's one of the biggest problems to solve for MMOs. And I don't have a good solution either. But the fact that there's nothing really matters in the world, that is the biggest issue. Like when I'm playing Guild Wars 2, even though they have these event systems where the idea is that it like changes the zone, which it does, you know, if you win the meta events in the zone, that usually leads to, you know, a bunch of pressure chests and shit and NPC spawn that you can buy things from, blah blah blah. But that's about it, you know. It's more like just a game mode than it is just like a part of the world and part of the game. So you're just going to like Tangled Deep or whatever it's called. You're just going there to farm that event for chests at the end. Because it's just an entire zone that's just an event that just loops over and over forever. Instead of it being like some kind of system where you have like things that happen and it's feels more like part of the adventure or part of an RPG, you know. But solving that problem is a ridiculously difficult task. But it would be cool to see something like, you know, Helldivers, but in an MMO setting. Now that's a huge amount of work, but, you know, like, having the world be kind of PvE, like the whole world is PvE. I mean, obviously that's what it is, but in a more, in a larger sense, right? It's more like when you have games like Albion where there's siege warfare and you're competing for territory. That, but in like PvE environment, right? Something along those lines is what I would like to see more of. And I want to see less quests, I want to see less storyline. I want games to be games. I want them to be games more than they are books. And MMOs are just, they're just books. You're just running between really shitty books and reading them for XP. And I think it's just not good. So let's take this node, and that's going to be our last crit node. This one also gives you damage if you've crit recently, which is good. But that node is actually really bad compared to the other ones. Like 15% crit hit chance for spells, 15% increased spell damage if you've dealt a critical hit recently. Here you get 36% increased damage if you've dealt a critical hit in the past 8 seconds. But this is recently too. Yeah, this is recently, this is 8 seconds. This is so much worse. It's just that it gives you critical hit chance too, so I guess that's like okay-ish. But this feels a lot stronger, and obviously over here, this one is just massively, this is like twice as good. But then again, you have to go all the way in here, spend a lot of points to get that. And like even this game, I'm not a huge fan of having to do the campaign because I think it's stupid. You know, sure, that's how things have been, but not really what I want the game to be about. I want the game to be the game. I don't want to be the game to be something that you do after you finish the campaign on every character. But the campaign is also important. You can't just delete it and do like Diablo 3 adventure mode or Diablo 4 adventure mode. Doesn't actually work. The only way to do that is to make like Diablo 3 or 4 adventure mode, but much more elaborate. Like remove all of the story and all of this dev time that you put into the story and put that into making the adventure mode actually be interesting. Have like things that happen in it. I don't know. But even that is really hard to do. Like, what are things that happen, right? Because what's really hard with that is taking into account how players are actually gonna interact with it. Because it's really easy to think of a system where it's like you want something that feels cool, you know, from an RPG point of view. But what's a player gonna do with it when they're removed from that RPG mindset? They're just gonna find ways to like optimize and grind something, and then you have to figure out a system that can kind of cope with both, you know, like how can we make a system that makes sense for people who just want to play the game and as a way to kind of like generate a story almost, you know, things are happening for your character and you're dealing with things, and then somebody's just coming in to like figure out how to trigger how something works, or like they know that this event spawns here and if I just go and do that I'm gonna grind and just get most out of it. Because that's what's happening right now with PoE2, with the weapon swap system, where the entire idea of the weapon swap system is that you can play different things. Like if you want to play a melee character, you can still have a staff with you and like swap to that, and you can use some spells if you need like ranged stuff or whatever. But what it's actually doing right now, more than that, is it just means that someone who is playing like an ice build, they're just gonna switch to an ice build that just does more damage for bosses, and that's really all they're doing with it. They're not actually switching with it to incorporate other weapons or like playing hybrid spells and stuff like that. They're literally just optimizing their base build by just on the fly just swapping their 3 points. And I don't feel like that's really the intended outcome, but that's where we are now. Let's see, the monkey actually drops skill points, I think. Where did you have to find him? There he is. Having monsters around is like the worst thing. Like that's the most dangerous part about the monkey. Having monsters around so you can't dodge his slams properly, and when he does his dodge roll and he just glitches you. The only reason, the only real reason the monkey is hard is because he is bugged. Right, so we got the crit there. Solar Orb now has 22% crit chance. I think we'll settle for that. If I want more than that, that's gonna have to come from gear, not from the tree. I just want enough to the point where we are triggering the storms often enough. And right now I have cooldown reduction on them, and the question is... Actually, we haven't found the Venom Burrow. Oh. But the question is... Because I kind of have to optimize how often am I critting versus what is the actual cooldown on Elemental Storm. But I think having it as low as possible, it's pretty much always going to be beneficial. Because we're pretty much never gonna crit exactly on like the timer. My attacks are just randomly hitting.
I can't do that yet.
The Arctic armor is really, really good. It allows you to survive when you get swarmed. Because that's one of the problems, especially as a caster, is you don't have like stun threshold 2. They can tend to stun lock you. Pretty sure the Venom Caves are on this map. Like the first thing you find. But not today. Or are they in the next area? Yeah, they're here. The Venom Crypts are here. There they are. Is there any way to tell that the Venom Crypts are around? Really hard to tell. I feel like there are trees everywhere. Maybe it's this like slightly swampier area. Either way, let's go in. What we do need to do is put blind on something, and I'm not really sure what to put it on. I could put it on Arc, but honestly, I feel like Arc is probably the worst thing to put it on. Because it's not gonna hit groups reliably. So Solar Orb might be the correct choice to put blind on. Even though it's going to gimp its damage. But the reality is that it already is not doing any damage whatsoever, so that might be okay. Oh shit. Like, if the skill can't kill one white mob, what is the point of the skill, really? Like I said, I like combos, but combos should not come at the cost of skills being so bad that they can't kill one white mob. Oh yeah, you can kill some scorpion monkeys. Oh yeah, come on. Yeah. Doing it. Solar Orb should do literally like 3 times more damage. And Orb of Storm should probably do like 4 times more damage. It is really, really absurd how little they do. And we need blind because we're an evasion-based character, and every single evasion-based character needs to have blind somewhere. Whether it's on an attack or on an effect. Monks can get blind on Mark. You can also play blind on Mark on a ranger, that would also be okay. I don't know if it is actually good enough, but it's something. Because putting blind on your main ability also feels kind of bad. But honestly, my experience with this game so far is that sometimes not just maxing out damage on an ability can make it play better. Like putting more stun on something instead of putting more damage can be good. Because you still have more damage too. Like putting more stun on Rolling Slam as a warrior is pretty good. And then you can still have other abilities that are more for damage, like Perfect Strike or Supercharged Slam or Thunder. And that's what I want to be able to do on the Sorceress, but I can't because all the skills are shit.
Don't drink the water.
How can I advise you?
Like I was earlier today, I was trying to put Oh, fuck. Wow. I was trying to put Frost Nova on a cooldown and make it freeze stuff. So you have like an AoE freeze button, but it doesn't work. Terrible. But that's because Ice Nova or Frost Nova or whatever it's called. Just a really bad ability in this game. 81 max damage. Like it has the same damage as Solar Orb does. And Solar Orb attacks on its own and ignites. Arc does almost 300, 250 damage. Comet does almost 800, 726 damage. Fireball does 280 damage. Plus the firebolts that can still also hit. So that's like 300. 380 something. Ice Nova does 81. It does 81 and it has the immense drawback of only being on top of you. Even if you cast it on Frostbolt, it's still bad. I genuinely don't understand what the idea is. It's just ass. Like, I would love the idea of playing Ice Nova, because there's an ability that lets you use Nova abilities at range instead. And like just playing Ice Nova or like Hypercast Speed Flame Blast could be cool. Without having to use the like annoying combos, Solar Orb or Frostbolt, right? But when the damage is that bad, like what's the point? You're better off just using Frostbolt. I don't even really understand, like, why use the Frostbolt Ice Nova combo? There has to be something more to it, like when you have multiple projectiles or whatever. Because otherwise it's just, like, it literally does less damage than just shooting another Frostbolt. I don't know. I don't understand, it is weird to me. Yeah, we did get a good pair of gloves here. 146 max life, T9, and 2 decent resistance rolls. But I am not playing Pure Energy Shield on this build, so... Ah, fuck that belt. Leech life. Alright, 136 max life and leech life. Evasion gloves, good for a monk. Good for a physical monk, which is kind of bad right now, so not that good. So you can play Fizz Monk. But I feel like pretty much every Fizz ability that isn't... Flicker is kind of like whatever. Whirling Assault feels really bad to use. On the monk I was playing, I was using Whirling Assault as like my main ability. It feels really bad. It is very unenjoyable to use an ability like that as your main ability all the time. You see, it's like you're just like using an ability that's. It feels like a travel ability more than it feels like an attack. So you're just like going into the enemy with your attack, and then it stops, and then you use your attack again, and then it stops, and it just feels like driving a broken car. It's kind of, I feel the same way about using Rolling Slam. Like, I really like Rolling Slam, but using Rolling Slam as your main ability on cooldown, like, or rather without cooldown, feels really bad too. It's an ability that you should only have to use when it is off cooldown. Like with Fist of War, for example. Which is bugged with Rolling Slam and doesn't work. Which is why I'm not playing my warrior. Where's this fucking thing, man? Hate this dungeon.
I need more time.
I would love playing my warrior more though, but I want them to fix the Rolling Slam bug first. That's the minimum I want to see before I play it again.
Back, creature.
There are a lot of weird things with the warrior too that I'm not a huge fan of. Like the whole consumes armor thing. It's really strange. Okay, so you can play charges. 12% more defenses while you have an endurance charge. That's pretty bad. I mean, maybe it's not that bad, but... Endurance. What do endurance charges do? Recover 2% of life for each endurance charge consumed. 2%, 2%. So here you could get... This would heal you 9% of your life every time that you lose an endurance charge to that. Increased armor. The effects to charges, not really that interesting. I hope that they overhaul some supports soon. I mean, I'd rather have more supports than them stopping and just tweaking things forever, but I don't feel like any of the charges are interesting to use on their own. Like, unless an ability becomes like cool because you used it, they're kind of whatever. Like, having frenzy charges and your skill becoming faster because you used a frenzy charge, it's like, okay, don't really care that much. And the same thing with power charges. It's like I can get 30% more crit chance on an ability. That's also like, I kind of don't care. It's not that interesting. It's not even a lot of bonuses. You know, like that's just you're getting the same as a gem that has like no downsides, or spending something that you have to put a bunch of effort into gaining. Like now, if it said like 50%, then it would be the best damage gem, and then that would be kind of interesting. But just 30% is kind of like the only value it has is that it's another support gem that does damage, so you can like use other support gems somewhere else maybe to help you gain charges some more or something. This map is so ass. You have to go inwards somewhere, and figuring out which side is inwards when it's like going down like this is a nightmare. There we go. And it reset. Well, we'll go kill the monkey again and then find the exit. This is the biggest problem with the campaign. The maps so often take so much time to find what the fuck you're looking for that the previous map is reset, and that feels terrible. That is not fun at all. I really hope swords are fun. Oh, let's kill the monkey. He should be right in there, right next door here. 'Cause I actually think that the Mace Warrior is one of the better designed things in the game. I think it actually plays really well. I think it feels really good, and it's one of the more fun classes. I think people who are complaining about them being slow are straight up wrong. And I also think that they're building the character wrong. But they look at it and they're like, this thing has 75% efficiency. Like, if an attack says that it has 75% attack speed, that means that getting more attack speed only has 75% of the efficiency, right? But it's not actually true. Because if you have an ability that's slower than another one, if you get 20% increased attack speed, you have still made that ability 20% faster. So even if you have a really slow ability, making that 20% faster is still 20% more 20% faster. And like people made comparisons for Rolling Slam where they showed, you know, how little the attack speed actually impacts it, and it is true. It does impact it a lot less. So if your plan is to play only Rolling Slam and never do anything else, then yeah, attack speed is probably something that you can kind of sacrifice. But even then, the difference between 20 attack speed and minus 20 attack speed on Rolling Slam is still massive, in my opinion. Like, it makes all the difference between the skill feeling good and the skill feeling like total trash to play. So I think the people who are just going all the minus attack speed nodes are kind of doing it to themselves. Because, like, when I see other people play Leaf Slam, I look at it and I'm like, holy shit, they're so fucking slow. Like, when they're Leaf Slamming, they're flying through the air in slow motion. It looks so bad. But when I'm playing it, I have, like, all the attack speed nodes near Warrior. It feels really good. Like, it's really fast. Even if it has, like, that flat thing, the flat speed penalty, it's still just better to just get attack speed if you don't want to be slow. So we got that, we got that. Let's get some more stuff down here. I wonder if I should get this. Life on kill. But for now, let's just get this, because this is stats and a little bit of cast speed, which I don't need, because I'm playing a slow build. But again, even with a slow build, being able to cast your spells slightly acceptably quick is... it just makes the game more fun to play, even if it's not optimal.
The ground here is cracked and broken. What lives in these hives? Solarite iron! I need more time.
Alright, it's time to go back.
I must travel now.
What happened?
Flask belt. We can keep that. Maybe we try making armor evasion Pathfinder later. Flasks. Chaos Res, all attributes. Reduced slowing potency of debuffs on you. Like this here, this could actually be good if it wasn't 15%. That's pathetic. Like 30%, this would be a real choice in my opinion. Because whenever monsters barely ever have slowing potency on you. But when they do, it's like you're moving at molasses, like the speed of molasses. It is so potent whenever they do have it. But just getting like tiny amount here, I don't think it's worth it over taking the chaos resistance. The only reason I would ever take the other one is if they add in the ability to respec these. Because otherwise it's like the Chaos Rest is just better. It makes the game so much less tedious to play. But if you can cap Chaos without taking that, then, you know, it would be more beneficial to have something else, but capping Chaos is really hard. Chaos Rest boots. On one hand, 109 max life, 18 fire, 6 chaos. On the other hand, 79% increased evasion, 30 life, but 19 chaos res. They're both really good, but in like the complete opposite ways. So the question is, which one do we slam? This one... These are advanced, so they do have more evasion rating. But that is 109 life. I think I go for the life. 43% reduced chill duration. And this, like, I really do hope that they change their approach to charms, because I hate this. I hate charms right now. I want to like charms, but they're just not good. They're trash. Having to find, like, most belts come with like charm stuff. And that right now feels like every single belt is just garbage. Blast modifiers on belts are garbage. Charm modifiers are garbage. The implicit ones, that is. Like, the only good belt is the gain charges per second belt and the armor belt. Those are the only good belts. Unless you can have charms. And right now you just can't have charms. But you need to find a good belt that also has 2 additional charms rolled. It's not gonna happen, and it's too basic of a function to hide behind like high level gear. It's something you should have when you're level 45. You should have all 3. You know, it's like if in Diablo 2 you had to roll more potion slots on belts. Like, it would be awful.
May fortune favor you.
Final Spirit. I don't know if I actually need more spirit. Right now I'm getting spirit from the necklace, so what it would mean is that I can finally change this necklace again, because it's not... It is a really good necklace, but it's not really that good for me. It's got armor, it's got minion skills. And I don't think we're gonna be doing any real spirit shenanigans. I think I wanna avoid doing that. Needing to have spirit on your gear in SSF is a big problem. You see, it means that to get an upgrade for your chest or your amulet, you're gonna need to have spirit on it, otherwise it's just not gonna work. Because if your build is reliant on having a certain amount of spirit, then if the gear doesn't have that, then it's over. Can't use it. And that's gonna, like... It's gonna cut the amount of items that you can actually use off the ground by like 50. Yeah, like it's a massive downgrade in potential loot. So going spirit stacking besides something that you can just get easily, like a scepter, right? That's something that you should probably do on your second or your third character, when you have found something that you can use for a really long time that enables that playstyle, rather than trying to force that playstyle. This is the reason I kind of wonder if I should have life on kill, but I think maybe just relying on the potions is fine. So we don't take damage that often, right? But when you're playing melee, life on kill is... You want life on kill. Not really a choice that should I have it or not, it's how much and when. I really think like a fundamental aspect of playing melee is having proper recovery. And that means life leech, life on kill, life regen, recoup. In whatever mix you prefer, really. Because I think besides I don't want to, I still don't really like saying that armor is bad, but I want to say that monsters are overtuned, right? And the main difference right now for I think even PoE veterans is that getting recovery is a lot more difficult now than it was in PoE 1. In PoE 1, 10% life regen was like just baseline functionality for any marauder, any duelist build. Like
She flies, of course.
duelist has Golem's blood. Which is like 1.8 life regen on the life node. The warrior gets life regen. You know, you get like 3-4% immediately if you want. You actually need an ability that can actually hit enemies a little bit. Like, even with what I'm doing, I just have a bunch of like big AoE spells that are slow and do big hits. But like on this boss, if I didn't have other abilities, or if I didn't have Arc, then she would start regenerating energy shield, and that would suck balls. And that's actually something that I kind of like seeing, because it makes having like a crossbow with you as a melee character feel like it has more reason to exist too, to some extent. Archmage. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. This should be like 1%. Non-channeling. Why is it non-channeling? Why are you cucking? Like, this is so powerful. You can get several thousands of mana just because of Eldritch Battery, and Eldritch Battery is like The best keynote in the game, with Mind Over Matter. I imagine you can probably get even more than that. You can probably have like 10,000 mana. I don't know what numbers people are up at. There's so much energy shield on the tree that wouldn't surprise me. Even then, like, even if it was 1% per 100 mana, it would still be ridiculous. Like, they're gonna have to do something really drastic. Because the design is just wrong. Or, like, Eldritch Battery and Mind Over Matter, they don't actually work in their current states. They need to be either straight up deleted or completely reworked. I can't be arsed with that. So what do we get? Better Arctic armor. Already have Ghost Dance. Better Arctic armor then. Do you think tomorrow is a work day in New Zealand? Or do they get the day off because the day after is New Year's? Need them back to work. GGG. Anchor? I don't understand that ability. can't even avoid it. It doesn't have like an animation. No, it does. It's just invisible on this ground. It's yellow. There it is. Like, the build feels really weak now, but the main aspect of this build is elemental exposure. So I do have elemental exposure now, but it's only 20%. So once we get the rest of the exposure nodes, and we also get the next ascendancy, which is this here, exposure inflict lowers the affected resistance by an additional 20%. That might be massive, right? So that's gonna be, it depends on how this works. So does this mean that base exposure is minus 40? And in that case, does that get scaled with this? So how much do we get here? 10, 40, 50. So here we get 50% increased effect of exposure, right? So does that mean that our exposure is going to be 60? Or is it going to be 50? Because base exposure is 20. And if we then have 50% increased, that means it's 30. So is this gonna get added on to it after or before? But like, if we have 60% exposure, I think that would be ridiculous. But the main problem is still that Elemental Storm does like 0 damage. And I don't know if we can really get that to not do 0 damage. Just have to see. But right now I just have like reduced cooldown and increased duration on it, so it doesn't really have much damage linked. But I also tried linking damage to it, and it didn't really feel like it made that much of a difference. It's this kind of thing where I feel like we might need to get more crit chance, because I feel like it needs to be up like 100% as much as it can for it to do full effect, right? And I am doing like a lot of hits every second, because solar orb hits once every second, Orb of Storms hits now and then, it's like every 3 seconds, but it also hits every time I use Arc. And I also use Arc. And Frostbomb also hits there, so we do a bunch of small hits here. That should help keep it up. But I'm only seeing like 2 storms. Mostly. There are 3 storms there. Oh my god. Waypoint? Oh, we found this. Oh, finally. But I still haven't found the next exit, right? Like... That's there. That's there. I might have skipped looking in some places that might be bad, but hopefully it's on the other wall here. And I think it is, because I think this is basically like, I come from here, Azak Bog is here, this is here. Oh man, because I was thinking that it was like there's one thing on each side, but if Azak Bog is there, I don't know, because up here there's nothing. We've already checked that, but maybe there can be two like on the same side here.
Need mana.
Hate this song. Yeah, there it is.
I've never seen such beauty. The oases at home lacked such splendid color.
Lunarite blade.
We are definitely not going to try ascending before I have that whole exposure wheel. That's what we're gonna do next. We're just gonna go straight to the exposure wheel, take the whole thing, and then we go and try to do the Sanctum. Oh.
Toxins.
I don't want to do Sanctum, man.
Typical.
I would like to fight then the pinnacle boss in Sanctum, but having to do all the floors just to maybe get a worthy run to try to kill the boss on. Oh, what a chore. It's not guaranteed, right? Like, the boss is so tanky that if you don't have the proper relics, like if you don't have a bunch of bonus damage relics, and you didn't get like 40% more damage as a boon in Sanctum, like what are you, like, you might as well just not attempt it, you know? And that feels so bad. And it's the same thing with, I assume, Ultimatum. Like, maybe you don't have to deal with all of the bullshit debuffs that you accumulated during Ultimatum. If you have, that is just... Holy shit. Just the thought. Imagine trying to do a pinnacle boss while you have spinning lasers next to you. And there's dog turds hailing at you from the skies constantly. Oh.
No mana.
I'm carrying enough already.
The thing is, I do think it's good to have some kind of challenge or trial or whatever.
A magnificent
For
sight.
unlocking your ascendancy, but
All the same.
they are fundamentally not fun.
I can't see that place. A beast most strange.
Does this guy always drop something like this? I feel like he always drops either a spirit or an attribute necklace. Like, that might just be me making stuff up, but it does feel like this guy has some special drops. Alright, so we head north. What do I need right now? I think I have enough intelligence. I think we're actually, like, relatively good on stats for now. His dex, like, these gloves are pretty high level, and then you only need 73. I have 92 dex, and equipping hybrid is easy. If you're going hybrid armor, they have pathetically low requirements. I mean, it is technically like the same total stats, but still really easy to get. It's hard to get it when you're doing like pure dex gear and you're doing pure int gear, which is kind of what I'm doing a little bit. I need my hat to be energy shield for that one node that we got that gives us evasion based on energy shield. Alright, and we got a bunch of staves here. I have to go back up. Because I am picking up every single staff because we need bonus to all spells on staves. Or on a wand. And I have that already, but
Inspiring.
Quickly.
it wouldn't hurt to find some better ones or whatever. Ah. All right. I mean that's good, but I don't know, man.
Need a guy.
Armor ES is just like barely implemented. I don't feel like it's worth bothering with right now until we get the Templar or Druid. Found him.
Lunar blade! I need more time. I can't do that yet. No mana. Not yet.
Dude, Ice Wall is OP. Ice Wall is way too strong.
Need mana.
It's basically a free stun. Or a free freeze. Like, I use Frost Bomb, which applies exposure. And then I just Frost Wall the guy. And it just instantly freezes him.
Not yet.
With no investment at all. Like, I don't have a single thing socketed in Frost Wall.
I feel a murmur of power within them.
Which is bad. Because it's too powerful. It makes me feel like there's no other spell worth using on bosses to freeze other than Frost Wall. Just go in.
Ah, they live. Gold sacred.
Elemental resistance are. Hopefully that's something we don't have to give a shit about. Soon, at least. Wait, what just happened? Did he die? He teleported away and then died. I don't know. He didn't drop anything, that was weird. Why am I not critting? There. I just want to see how much damage Storm is doing, but it won't just let me crit. That's also weird. When you crit, it sometimes appears on you. Come on, you have like a 20% chance. Sometimes it appears on them, but it appears like off-center, so it sucks. Or it appears on top of you, which is also like, why? yeah, it's not doing much. So the idea of it is that you have enough crit to stack them up so that you have them up all the time. And that's where the damage is coming from. The fact that they have like high uptime and they're doing damage the whole time always. Overlapping each other. So I think getting a staff with like 50% plus increased crit chance would probably be for the best. And inevitable crit on Frostbomb. Am I using that already? Because that's definitely the way to go. I think I'm using that already. No, I'm not. That's gonna have to be our... Yeah. That's gonna have to be our next link. Because I have fast forward on it. That's something I could remove, but if I remove fast forward, then it's gonna take that much longer to explode, and it's like really a massive difference. Because it really takes forever to get going. Otherwise. But it would make it do a lot more damage if we did that. But like right now I can cast it, I can kite the monsters a little bit, dodge away, and then it'll still have time to explode on monsters that are like kind of close. And that's what I meant with what I was saying before, that more damage isn't always the correct option for skills. Like it being playable and enjoyable to play, and also not being like super susceptible to just being like unable to defend yourself properly. It's also an issue that's gonna make you do less damage. Like if you're playing a warrior, some people are complaining that, you know, a rolling slam is so slow. If I start to use it, then I'm just gonna get interrupted because I'm gonna get stunned. And that's really is just an issue of you gotta get some stun resistance, and there's also a support that gives you 200% more stun resistance or stun threshold when you're using the ability. So if that's the ability that you're using to deal with swarming mobs, then, you know, make it able to deal with swarming mobs. You might even want to just put leech on it instead of having giga damage, because it's not the skill you're using to kill bosses, you're using it to clear mobs. So having it be stun resistant, having it just leech damage or leech health, still probably gonna be enough to kill like everything but the rare mob, and then you have another skill to kill that thing. So there are still quite a lot of things in the game that are just skill issues for players. Even PoE veterans. The PoE veterans aren't really used to doing stuff like that. Because if you link something like that in PoE on your skill, you're playing the game wrong. That's the thing. Like, not having all of the supports linked to just more damage is wrong in PoE 1. Like putting elemental proliferation for like freezes on your ability in PoE 1, that's just wrong. The only reason to do that is if you know that you're gonna proliferate, meaning spread your ignites or your freezes or your shocks in a way that results in more damage, but not like for a defensive reason. That's just silly. Instantly frozen, easy peasy. Holy shit! That was a swing. Dude, wide swings are so cool. I hope Axe feels as cool as this guy. Like, if I could play Axe like this dude, holy shit, that would be so amazing. Just a little bit faster. He's doing an overhead slam. Bonk. Just a big chunky swing. Like, kills don't need to be more elaborate than that. As long as they look cool and feel good. It doesn't have to be, because a lot of the slams that you have as a warrior are like shockwave slam, seismic slam, you know, it's lava, or you're shooting like earth projectiles and shit like that. That, to me, diminishes the effect more than anything else. It's just some magic bullshit instead of just bonking shit hard with a mace.
I'm carrying enough already.
Alright, now we just need to find a way forward. There is a pressure room here, but like, unless we stumble upon it, fuck it. No, it's not worth it. It's low level.
Out of mana.
Oh. Ultimate flasks. Oh, we also got Exalt. We do have some boots, but let's finish off this hat. 11 life regen. That's actually really nice. It's a low roll, but it's not a very high level hat either.
I should call Alba.
Pretty good.
Don't drink the
increased ES, increased spell damage, double resistance, focus. The foci are really bad actually. They don't have a lot of ES or anything really. Wasn't there like a really good one? This is what you can get. You can get multiple rolls, right? That can help you stack spell and fire damage. But like this one, yeah. 42% increased spell damage and +1 level of all spell skills. Which means that you can get +1 level of all spell skills on focus, on foci. I think we're actually almost at the wand tier. Oh, rapier. It's going alright. How are you doing? There's the wand, I think. Yeah. Level 66. 5 more levels, then we can use that. This also needs more exalts. But that means that it also needs... We're gonna do so much more damage with that. Where was it? Oh! This one has +2 level of all spell skills. This one only has +1. Yep, that's it. We'll put those there, and then we'll see which one is better. +2 without any bonuses, or +1 with 40% bonus. Slept in because no treasure war meeting today. Oh, that sounds good. Sounds good to me. Max mana. Good chance. The staff type doesn't actually really matter, except that if it's a lightning staff, I can use that instead of arc, and that'll save us a whole shitload of mana. But it'll also be a lot worse. I think. Yeah. Ultimate Mana Flask. We are reliant on the monoflasks, so it is important that we get the right one. This is the right one, except this one is kind of bad. With the charges per second, you can get a much higher roll than that. You can get at least 0.25 charges per second. So this is like one of the worst rolls. Do you have any rares? Yep, but it's bad.
If you hear a click, duck.
I should call Arva. Die once more.
I think my gear is pretty much done until we get to mats, which is very soon. Like this chest piece is, we're probably not going to be replacing that for a while. It's really, really, really good. So we'll have to wait until we get some expert gear. Otherwise, like, I've already wasted way too many exalts in reality. On just shitty advanced gear. Very weeby song. Oh, fuck! Dude, God bless Arctic Armor. It's such a good ability.
I'll need a larger soul core for
What?
this.
I thought I found it. Was it on the other side here or something? I heard a tink. There it is.
I need more time. Victory is mine.
Oh shit. So I guess in reality the focus is the most important item for us now, not staves. Don't need to use that. However, we could. This is now maxed out. No, never mind. It's missing one prefix, but doesn't matter. Like wall orbs are way too common already. I have like 22. You barely ever use them.
Victory is mine.
Sure. Let's put this one in. Where's the other one?
I must admit, it is impressive that all this still functions. Not yet. Need mana. I need more time.
Is there a support gem that makes you unable to apply exposure? I don't think so.
Not yet. Out of mana. Victory is mine. I'm carrying enough already.
There is one that makes you apply stronger exposure. I don't think that one would make a lot of sense.
How can I be of
Mira, guy. Don't drink the water. Mira, guy.
I don't want this damage energy shield items. What's the point?
Bye.
The best healing potion is 20% or more recovery applied instantly and gains charges. The best mana potion is maybe that, or increased amount is okay, but also just more mana on low mana is probably the best one. Because otherwise, like, why are you using mana when you're topped out? And there as well, just charges per second. I think charges per second is kind of too strong. It just feels like it kind of defeats the purpose almost they wanted to have for potions.
Welcome.
Which was that you had like a limited amount of them, so it was a little bit more of a sustain thing, or a resource. But right now it's just, you know, you basically have infinite potions. And that's kind of the game in a nutshell. It's like
I should call Alba.
they have some things that they obviously want to try doing, but the rest of the game doesn't allow that mechanic. You can... The only thing I like about the new potion system, or the new potion balance, or whatever you want to call it, is that you can rely on potions more. In reality, I think you could in PoE 1-2, like just having a mana potion instead of mana regen, but not really. Not really. Actually, I'm gonna say no. You couldn't do that. If you were playing like a normal build, maybe. There's somebody reviving these guys nearby. Where's the boss? There he is. Because what you did in PoE 1 was that you reserved as much mana as you could. And then you based your mana regen requirements on your mana per second output or consumption based on your attack speed and the mana cost. And then you just min-max that so that most melee builds had like 20 mana, because they had like 95% of it reserved. And then they just had like life, like mana on hit or something, mana leech. It just made them able to attack forever anyway.
I can't do that yet. This is what I need. Back to the generator.
We found it! Holy shit, finally! Travel node! Well, I'm just gonna go Dex. It doesn't matter, I can just respec it easily. It is a better version of Elemental Equilibrium than they had in Theory 1. Didn't they completely delete that? That was so weird. Why did they delete that?
Appears this place now teems with energy. I should be quick.
Because it was stupid, that's why. It's one of those things where the idea is that you have a fire spell, a lightning spell, and a cold spell, and then you do damage with it. But it kind of ended up with just being like, okay, I have one attack and it does all 3 elements, and then I just like get giga damage because of that, kind of. And I think that is actually how it would be here too, like you get elemental equilibrium and then you can just, so it's a lot harder rather to get all of the elements here. But you could feasibly have like a staff or a sword or whatever with all 3 elements on it, run elemental equilibrium, and then you would just always expose on every hit. Which I honestly don't mind. That would actually be kind of neat. Because having weapons that do all 3 elements is actually really fucking hard. It's like one of the rarest rolls you can get. Getting 3 good elemental rolls for all 3 elements. Good luck. You often see 2, but 3, that's like unique weapons. Look at that. That's unless you find a weapon and then decide, okay, I'm gonna play this because I found this weapon, which is what's fun about SSF, by the way. But unless you did it that way, it's just not gonna happen unless you're in Trade League. What are you even attacking? My damage here is not particularly good.
I should plunge you into a pit of scorpions for that.
Let's hit that.
There is still latent at Pentecost.
What have you learned?
You hear a click. Yeah.
Why does he say that? You hear a click, duck? Nobody in the jungle has guns. No, there's not a single rifle enemy in the entire jungle. And we're at the worst map. I'll be right back, bathroom. Alright. Let's go do the worst map. This build has a lot more potential to actually be decent, as opposed to my other one. These defenses are much better than Armor ES. Armor ES doesn't actually work right now, I would say. You would have to play Shield. If you play Shield, you can play Armor ES, otherwise you can't. There's really no reason to. It's just worse. Because going ES for like that extra health pool doesn't actually work. Because that was my idea, you know, we'll have a little bit of a bigger health pool. And that'll help, but the reality is that your health pool is always without the ES bonus, because their ES is always down. And
The Val was so intelligent. Why would they build something that could flood their main city?
speccing into faster recharge is not worth it at all, unless you're playing pure ES. Like you're gonna spend like 1 billion skill points just to get your 4-second Halo shield to recharge in 2 seconds. Or to start restarting with 2 seconds even. Just to get like 500 more life topped up. It doesn't make sense. You have to play it either with the Silas Oath and regen, so you can regen it up, or with ES on block or something like that. There has to be a mechanic to justify it, other than just pure ES. It doesn't work. Because it's the same thing with Evasion ES. Like if Ghost Shroud wasn't a thing, Evasion ES would be total dog shit. It would be like literally the single worst thing in the game. Now if you could get Energy Shield Leech, like you could in PoE1, it could still be good because you could recharge it. Like that's really the core of the issue. Recovery. You need to have the ability to recover it. And armor kind of has similar problems, right? Like, just going pure armor, I think is kind of bad. Unless you know how to make it work. And I think that's okay, actually. Like, this bulwark, I think this is actually one of the keys to play pure armor. Same thing with evasion. If you play bulwark, you can then get massive mitigation against slams, right? Because if you see a slam, you just hit dodge roll, and now you take 30% less damage, and then you also have mitigation. But just playing pure armor, it is just like playing pure evasion, pure energy shield. They're all bad unless you have a reason or a way to make them good. Like evasion, pure evasion is dog shit unless you're playing Deadeye, because then you can have Wind Dancer, or no, not Wind Dancer. You can have Tailwind. And that's just how it is, really. Even with Wind Dancer. Like, Wind Dancer makes evasion a lot better. But even with Wind Dancer, pure evasion is just shit unless you can get damage reduction somehow. And that's... like, you can go down and get armor, which isn't... like, pure armor isn't good enough, which also means that armor evasion isn't good enough. But if you go armor evasion, you can get bulwark. And I think that's actually good enough. Probably. Like, it could be shit in practice, but I am pretty sure it would be good. And if you're playing pure armor, you can use a shield. But the shield, I don't think the shield is necessarily enough. So you might want to run bulwark anyway. Like, I would probably always take bulwark if I was playing a warrior, to be honest. Even if I was playing hybrid evasion, I would probably still do that. Iron reflexes, as far as I understand, is kind of pointless now. Iron reflex is it's kind of just a way to play armor as a hybrid. It's kind of boring now. It doesn't really do anything. I don't think you really get more armor than you do if you just go pure armor. So this is really just a way to play armor. This really just lowers the stat requirements of playing pure armor. That's really all it does. It just changes it to be strength dex instead of just being strength. Which is okay, I suppose. I don't really mind, but I think this is kind of weird node. Because it's like, if you make it do more than that, then okay, so playing armor, like armor evasion is the best way to play armor. That's also retarded. So I think I think it's better that this is just like a way for you to play armor with armor evasion. But even then, as a pure armor build, I feel like playing a Titan is probably the right choice if you want to play just pure armor. Because you will get more armor from your chest piece. People are saying that's bad. I don't know if I agree. But you can get more armor. You can get increased life. These are really boring nodes, by the way. But you get more life. You get more armor. And that more life, that is like borderline enough to warrant not taking a bulwark. But you can still take bulwark with it. The main problem with bulwark is that if a boss has like really some kind of cancer mechanic on their projectiles or something like that, you won't be able to deal with it, but it's just 1 point to unspec it. But even so, with full armor, maxing out life, getting like every single life node on the tree. Well, I'll be honest, Quinn didn't max out the armor, but no, he had like no armor. But even with like 3,500 life or whatever, he still got one-shotted, but it is what it is. We'll see what they do with the balance. There are also more things you can do. No, not really. Playing armor evasion, you can have blasphemy aura. There is the there's the armor break support that gives you more armor, which I think is actually really strong. I think people are maybe sleeping on it a little bit, but I don't know. I think people might be using it too, because it's like you don't really have that many supports as a warrior. You just slot things in, get like vitality or whatever. You can even get like a level 1 Wind Dancer. Just pop that in just so that when enemies hit you, they get knocked back. I don't know if it's good or not, but that's what I would do. The second we get a warrior patch, I'm gonna go back to my warrior, play that more. But we're gonna respec it a little bit, because there are some things I don't like about it. The skills I'm using, they feel a little bit schizophrenic. I really dislike that leap slam. Like, the whole leap slam. Leap slam consumes armor break to deal like bonus stun. I really dislike that because even if you do get that Giga Stun, you're then gonna have to reapply the armor break immediately. It just feels clunky and weird. Now I am playing armor break too, so usually breaking armor is literally just pressing the armor break skill once. Even so, I think I put armor break on rolling slam, which made the build really boring because I don't have to press armor break. I just rolling slam forever. The rolling slam is all I do, and that's what I want to change. I want to play Mace Strike more, which is stupid, but I do want to have more Mace Strike in the build because right now I have Fist of War plus expands on Leap Slam, which makes it hit the entire screen, right? Which is nice, but I kind of would rather have that on Rolling Slam and do Rolling Slam like every 6 seconds. Instead of just maining Rolling Slam, because it doesn't feel good to spam.
I can't do that yet.
And then I don't think Leap Slam does that much damage, but I am curious if you could make it do more damage, since, you know, it's consuming stuff anyway, so I might as well make it consume things, I guess. And make Rolling Slam more of a utility skill for like clearing white mobs instead of for balsing. Give it life leech, bigger AoE. Right now it has more stun on it, and that might be okay. It really depends on how it is in practice. You know, like if it stuns, if it AoE stuns everything in one hit anyway, and it doesn't need more. But if it doesn't stun white mobs and preferably blue mobs too in one go, then it needs more stun. And then keep playing armor break, but with the skill, so that I actually have to press the armor break skill. Because I feel like that's one of the main things with consuming armor break, is reapplying it. So like, really depends, because I like doing Perfect Strike, but it would also be nice to play Supercharged Slam, but Slam is so annoying. But I think it could be better. It's just I don't think like consuming armor is actually good with Supercharged Slam. And this is where the combo becomes weird. Like if you consume armor break and then you still want to use armor break while they're stunned, you have to You have to armor break them, then leap slam to consume the armor break, and then while they're stunned, you have to armor break them again, and then use your thing that's gonna consume the armor break again, and then after that you have to reapply armor break again to have armor break up when you're doing DPS on the enemy. That's why I think armor break needs a change. It's not a good mechanic right now. I think it shouldn't be consumed. Like, consuming armor break should not be a thing. It should just always be on the enemy after you've broken it, but it should take time. I'm not sure. Like, it could feel bad too, but like, having to initially break the enemy's armor would at the very least mean that you don't have to redo it over and over again. And it is a weird feeling. Consume armor. I don't really like that. Like, I've been in the same veins for designing RPG systems myself. And to some degree, you know, you can do stuff like that where it doesn't really make sense, but only to some degree. I feel like it doesn't... It feels like it makes way too little sense that they get their armor back. It should work more like stun. It should be a lot harder to fully break their armor. But when it's fully broken, it should just be fully broken. And skills that take advantage of broken armor should get like a bonus based on how broken the armor is. Not necessarily that it's fully broken, but like when it's fully broken, you can't break it anymore, and then you have like full bonus. Something like that.
Until next time.
Right. 21% increased chaos damage. Oh, we need to go down here.
You are impressive, even as a drowned ruin.
Solarite flame! Out of mana!
'Blue mob equals kill. They need to add the ability to level up your staves. Cheap yours. Oh yeah. Where's my OCAD moderator? He's asleep. I'm sure one day we'll set up a night pop. Oh, did I get a 2,000? 2,000 gold in one drop. That's a fucking unique. I'm dying! Fucking bubbles. Another one, 1,600? What the fuck? What's happening? Just getting robbed of uniques with money rolls. Reduces flask charges used. That's actually pretty good. More stat points.
Stay still.
We do get 2 more skill points from sacrificing the heart. Jesus Christ.
I must travel light.
Jesus Christ. She just spawns it. Like, why does she get to spawn the fucking insta-kill ball inside of you? Anyway, we're going in the wrong direction.
I'm carrying enough already.
Even if you put the solar orb on top of someone and get the guaranteed ignite, still does shit damage. But all these things, they do add up here. Just all of it together. Our damage is still not good. But I don't think you can actually get properly good damage as a sorceress right now without going mana stacking. Mana stacking is just way too overpowered. It's like the damage difference is so massive. Like if you actually want to play sorceress and do good damage, you have no other choice
Grace, what is that smell?
than to go mana stacking with Archmage. It's just that good. You're gonna do like twice as much damage minimum.
correctly.
Which obviously is bad. I have been collecting crossbows, but I don't want to play crossbows. Doesn't feel right to me.
Don't drink the water. Need a guy? Don't drink the water.
Not gonna stream for that much longer today. We're gonna finish this trash zone. And then we're gonna... I'm gonna go make some food. This zone is like an hour long, so... I have the exact same feeling as waiting for early access, waiting for GGG to get back to work. Like it's the exact same feeling. Like I'm glad I'm playing the game, but the game desperately need them to get back to work. Like a lot of people are right on the forums or on Reddit when they say that like releasing the game before Christmas was a really bad move, and they're right. Now I am really like, I would prefer that they did release it the way they did and we got to play it the way we have, but for them I think it was probably the worst choice because people are fucking rabid right now. Like, people are so angry. And I don't think it's gonna be good for them as a company, like... Or not as a company, for them as developers. Mental health-wise. They have to deal with all this bullshit, and it's gonna make, like, Fallout from upcoming changes even worse, too. I would say the mushroom quest is actually borderline worth doing when you're here, because you get ultimate flasks here. So if you just do this quest, you can get plus 20% ultimate flasks. Which is pretty good. Yeah, I wanted to check support gems for Elemental Storm again. Like, here's the thing. Having having reduced cooldown on it is a no-brainer. That's what you need, right? But having increased duration on it is a little bit like, is this actually the right thing to do? Because on bosses, that's typically gonna mean that you do more damage. Because you can have these storms up for like 8 seconds on the boss. But what about bosses that move? And what about just for mapping and stuff? There it would be a lot better if it did more damage earlier, rather than have to sit on top of something for 8 seconds. So, more duration, I'm a little bit unsure about. Like, that might be better off being just a damage gem. Fucking anchor boy. I don't know what they were thinking with this one. It's so weird. Like, haha, what if we drop a huge anchor from the sky? What? I really don't like it. Like, it's a very strange immersion breaking ability that the monster had. Like, why is it doing that? It's too memey and silly. And everything matters. Like, I don't like it when people are like, oh, I like that, it's funny, huh? Because people like that, they don't actually really care. They just like it because it's funny. I think that approach is bad, because if you do stuff like that, it diminishes your setting, like all of it. Even if you just have like a silly anchor that's dropping from the sky from one enemy, it still diminishes the whole thing. What you got? We do need to make that melee summoner that I was thinking of making. Still highly skeptical that it's actually going to work, but might. Because there are things you can do, I think, to kind of mitigate some things. Like having to get help or elemental resistances for minions on the tree. I think that's something you can kind of get around by just getting that thing where they survive, like they live for 4 seconds after they die. Because that way you have semi-immortal minions. And depending on how that feels in practice, you could have minions that just you don't spec into life or resistances or anything like that at all on the tree, just to save points for going hybrid, right? So you just get minion damage only, then you only put damage on, and to do that, you kind of have to be limiting yourself. You kind of have to limit yourself to like one summon, which is fine. I think I would do like frost mages on that character only, because then you can just stack all of your spirit into frost mages, and then you just have that on all of your minions that they don't die immediately, right? And then you only go get damage nodes for minions. So even just doing that is kind of rough.
Not yet. I have no space for that.
Minion damage, not so easy to get. You have a little bit here. You have 30% here. That it's only 30%. But you can also get cooldown recovery here and area of effect for your summoners or for your frost mages. And then what? That's damage reduction. Here you can get 30% damage. Here. This is the biggest one. What is this? 24, 36, 48, 60. This is 60% damage. Over here it's 30%. So like what? You get this here. And you go up here, grab this. Go up here, grab this. Go up here, grab this. That's a lot of fucking points. I'll be honest. But if you... As you're doing this, if you... Oof. There's also here, this is an unfinished node. This is 10, 20, 30, 40, 65%. This is a really good node because it also gives you resistance and life for almost nothing. But yeah. I'd probably go here. That way you can get Zealot's Oath. Because if you're going up here, you probably want to go hybrid armor ES, and like I said, for that you're gonna need to have something like this. And then you might want to get your life regen here, here, here. You want to go here for the minion damage anyway. Regen there. The problem is going up here and getting all this shit, and then at the same time you have to get damage. So you have to go down here too. And my plan was doing this. Or rather doing this, Giant's Blood. Triple attribute requirements of weapons. Oh, maybe that... is that too much? I thought it was double. Is it triple? That's like 600 strength. Can you get 600 strength? And also go hybrid armor, yes, and minions. Minions are pure int, I think. Don't know what the stat scaling is like for minions. Like right now we need 133 int there. 133 int, yeah. So Frost Mages 133 int. So I would need to get like 200 intelligence and 200 or like 600 strength. Which is ridiculous. I don't know if that would be viable, but either way, like you could go one-handed mace and just use a one-handed mace. But when you're a Titan, you get more strength too. You get what, like 7 instead of 5 per node? Which also makes your travel nodes better, like each point of strength and as you're traveling. Or each strength travel node. It's 14 life. This map actually, I think it might actually not be that hard to figure out where to go. Because I think usually you can only go in one direction. But not necessarily. But what you need to do is there's always like a wall somewhere. And if you can find that wall, I think the wall is probably here. Then you need to get around on the other side of the wall. And that is going all the way to the other side of the temple. And then down and around. I think this map probably is readable. Once you get used to it a little bit. Still think it's way too big though. I said that this area was gonna take an hour, and it almost, I think it has. I think it has.
I have no space for that.
Why did I go up and down? I identified, right, and I did nothing else. But needing a lot of stats isn't actually something that's like undoable at all. It's just a part of your gearing. Now, having to do specific gearing in SSF kind of sucks, but what it means is that you have to solve a problem with gear, and that's usually the point of Path of Exile. Like, if you're playing a Marauder or a Titan or a Warrior, whatever, you're gonna be low on accuracy because you're not getting dexterity. There aren't really like a whole lot of accuracy nodes around, like, at all. To be honest, this is what you got. They're down here and they're terrible. They're actually terrible. So either you just get a bunch of dex nodes, which you can do, Or you make sure that you get accuracy on gear. And that's kind of the idea. Every place where you start has something it can't really do that well. Like if you're up here, you're gonna get intelligence, which means you're gonna get like 400 less health at least than someone down here. And down here you also get free, like you get armor, which means you take less damage. You also very easily can just get stun threshold here. Like getting this is big. Because you already have a larger stun threshold because you have a higher stun or a higher life pool, right? So if you're up here, that means you might have to find more stun resistance on gear and use that. Same thing if you're playing a monk, especially if you're playing a monk, really. Like here you can get increased stun threshold while on full life, which is pretty good. But that's only on full life and you only get one node. And you're a melee character, so like either you just stack the shit out of evasion and hope for the best, or you also get some stun resistance. So you don't just get stun locked when somebody looks at you. It's one of those stats that they feel bad to get. Because it's like, oh, this doesn't do anything. But it actually does. It's a little bit the same with like, I don't really know how elemental threshold works, but I think it's kind of the same there. I don't know if elemental threshold cares about your energy shield or if it just cares about your life. Should actually read that. Bugged boss. Very cool. At least I was not stupid enough to play hardcore. So stupid. There I was moving and I thought I'm going to pre-dodge every single time I see the boss do something, and it's still bugged out. What happens is that whatever system that they have, that they mean to have in place for pushing stuff around, pushing players and enemies around, is not actually implemented yet. So whenever a skill or a monster pushes you around, it's like you're glitching around, right? It feels terrible. It's super weird. So when you start getting pushed by a monster, the game treats you like you're not moving, so you can't dodge out of it because you just rubber band. Because the server is like, no, you're not there, you're over here. So if you're standing in the wrong place when she does her somersault attack, you get stun locked in the animation, and you can't get out, and then she one-shots you because it does so much damage. Oh, we survived. Very good. Also, bosses can crit, which is something I really disagree with. Like, a boss shouldn't have a 5% chance to do double damage. That's stupid as fuck.
At least it was worth it, I suppose. I should take this back to the ziggurat.
Let's see if we get any plus 20 potions.
Let's see what knowledge you possess.
The only time a boss should be able to crit at all,
Accept your
no, plus 6, in my opinion, is if you're like doing a map and the map has a modifier that adds crit to enemies. Otherwise, having a 5% chance for a slam that normally does, you know, 80% of your life to just outright one-shot you is just trash. That is not good at all.
Take your time. My trial could use
Maximum mana, trash, sell.
thank you.
Increased lightning damage. Nah. Big life leech ring. With lightning damage. I kinda don't want that. But honestly, this is... I feel like these are probably the rings that you want on a warrior if you're playing crit. But right now playing crit is kind of stupid because mace is the worst crit weapon in the game. But like having accuracy rating rings with leech would be really, really nice. No, that's a low level flask. Alright, well, that's gonna be that for today. I'm gonna go make food. And soon Alva is going to steal my Temple Door idol for just AFKing. It's strange how that works. But next time, thanks for hanging. Now have a good night.